Good morning. Hello, everybody. Aaron, hello. Jeremiah, hello. How's everybody doing? Sorry I'm a little late. Had to bring my... Oh, forgot to change that. Second. Had to bring my daughter to her annual checkup. So that's where I was. I saw. How you guys doing today? Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Hey, Linda. Hey, Silver. How's everybody doing today? I don't know if you guys saw the Jon Stewart podcast interview with Fetterman. Holy shit. Like, this guy has lost his mind. Is all I can say. He has seriously lost his mind. I didn't watch all of it. I got through part of it and I couldn't stand watching it anymore because it was disgusting. The man's red line is literally whether or not you support the I country. Like, that's his red line. His red line is your support of a foreign country. Like, are we fucking serious right now? Like, yes, we should be supporting our allies, but that is absolute insanity. That is absolute insanity. There's a lot of people who get their money from there, but they've never said out loud that that is their red line for even being allowed into a party. No one's been stupid enough to say that out loud. Morning, Laura. Who's hiding his poll numbers from him? Yeah. Yeah. Probably the same people that are hiding the numbers from Trump, though. You know, the more I'm one of those people that doesn't think actors should be like in office anymore, but the more I see Jon Stewart do interviews, the more I think he's one of the few I would still support being in office. I would be okay with a Jon Stewart running for office. Probably one of the only ones that I would be okay with. Jon Stewart is too smart to run for office. Probably. That doesn't mean there's a part of me that doesn't wish he would. Good morning, Bonnie. As far as his stances on things, he's basically Al Franklin, who I adored as far as his stances on things. I just appreciate his willingness to have a real conversation. Like, he's someone I would love to do an episode with, because I think it would be an awesome conversation. Billions to corporations, billions for the I country that can definitely give it to the working families. Yep. Hey, Heather. Good morning. How are you guys doing today? Happy Thursday, everybody. For those of you who are in Tennessee, I'm gonna keep reminding you, you got your primaries today. If you're not getting out and voting, get out and vote. Morning, Courtney. How are you? Doing good, actually? Good. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for the heart me's and the populars. I appreciate you guys. Plumber is coming sometime today, which meant if I wasn't dressed, he would have come 2 hours ago. Yes, Garpu, that is how it works. They always come earlier when you're not ready and later when you are ready. Yep. That is the way things work. Every single time. Good morning, Cusp. Plumber, cable guy, HVAC, all of it. Yep. Yeah, it all works that way. All works that way. I was awake before your brother. You know, I haven't lived near him for so long. I don't know when my brother wakes up. Are you gonna go live for Minnesota primaries next week? Yes, I am. If patients would do what was right, they wouldn't need healthcare. Everyone needs healthcare. Healthcare has been needed forever. We have to change the healthcare billing. We got to change a lot of things. Yes, I mean, ultimately, the whole the system as a whole needs to change before we could do it. But that doesn't. I mean, we still need to do it. It's not like there aren't a ton of different examples out there of how it could work. We don't need to like copy them one for one, but well, we'll probably have some Canadians in here today. We do get a lot of Canadians that listen, so People do have jobs. What does that have to do with how expensive it is? Him. Problem is not that people don't get access to it, it's that they can't afford it. Aww, Mr. 305. Sounds like you're afraid of people who are gay. Healthcare is a human right, in my opinion. How is the old dream gone? Because going to school and getting a job doesn't get you a house, doesn't get you a family, doesn't get you anything. Elective cert. Actually, it is true. Nope. I don't care to debate. This is not a debate channel. Median household net worth is 192. Yeah, that takes in all the people at the top that have so much freaking money. I'm talking about the people that are just starting in the economy. Their median worth is not 192. Yes, I do understand how medians work. Doesn't change anything. I'm talking about new people. Talking about young people that are just coming into the workforce. Yeah, that just shows how rich the rich are. I'm sad, bitter, and poor. Sadly, immigrants come here and do better than you. No, they don't. Nope. American dream does not exist for people just starting. Am I surprised that Kansas went red? No. We need lower taxes. It has nothing to do with taxes. Well, not for the bottom. The problem is living wage, not taxes. 25 million millionaires. Yeah, wealth means nothing. Am I a socialist? No. No, I'm not. Yeah, 401ks don't count, CRISPR. A vast majority of that is 401ks, which only help when they retire, which at this point, no one's going to be able to retire. Actually, I do have a grip on economics. I don't get handouts. Why wouldn't 401ks help? Well, what does a 25-year-old care about a 401k? What does a 40-year-old care about a 401k? They're 25, 30 years from retiring. How does that help them pay their bills right now? But it counts towards their wealth. Aw, bye, CRISPR. we contribute to our 401ks. We don't have a ton, we don't have much extra because my wife's company does a match. So we put in towards it. Actually, healthcare is a right. I believe it's a human right, just like housing and food, heat and hot water. You need to work for it all. They do work. But if it's not accessible or affordable, what making it a right does is makes it accessible and affordable. Right now, it's not affordable. So people can't have it. Making it a right pushes the creation of something that is affordable. However, we make it affordable. And yes, everyone has the right to other people's labor in a society. Again, when did I say free? Never said free. You guys keep hearing things and think free. Apparently, they're doing home loans for people with no credit. Interesting. How's it going today? It's going okay. We're getting the same kind of trolls, but same kind of weirdos. You know, Jamie, I understand. I understand. I mean, it's not surprising. Rich people, wealthy banks, and all that know that they'll get bailed out by the government. So what do they care? Didn't subprime home loans contribute to the 2008 crash? Not just contribute, it was the reason for the 2008 crash. Yep. Hello. Hey, Jenny. Hey, Rawl. It's Thursday. I'm glad it's Thursday, not Tuesday. I am propaganda. Okay. I don't know how someone can be propaganda, but, you know. DSA plant? No, I'm not DSA. But thanks for playing. You thought I was propaganda? No, not a DNC plant either. I have never been registered with the Democratic Party or the Republican. Why aren't I DSA? I don't align with any party. I don't think anyone should align with a party. I think people that identify with parties are dumb. Personally. Why I won't do it. You guys have the right to do whatever you want, but I think that's part of the problem that we're in. And that's fine. Like I said, Peggy, I think identity politics has gotten us where we're at. I never said free healthcare, Norma. Why is healthcare a human right? Because people's ability to survive should be the right of all human beings because I have humanity. How do I feel about Islam? That it's a religion. It's a world religion. That's what I feel about it. Oh, I know they probably are, Jerry. It's fine. Hey, they're giving me engagement. Let them give me engagement. You used to have hard conversations and now you just sit there and banter with trolls. I have conversations about whatever people talk about. We have hard conversations all the time. Healthcare equals going to the doctor for well visits and preventative screenings. Those lead to healthier population and decrease in cost of healthcare. True, Jamie. True. Aw. Bye, Doc. I'm done with you. We need dental too. Yep. Should call it trolling Thursdays. It seemed to win the most of them come to play. Working for lawyers, I go and read the laws that are proposed here in Texas. Oof. I wonder who's going to win in November. Depends who gets out and votes. I can afford dental and vision, but I haven't had health insurance for 7 years. They're denying valid unemployment claims now just to keep the numbers low. That wouldn't surprise me. I'm tired of hearing of the women who lose their life waiting for healthcare. Yeah. Same. I'm not interested in paying $400 a month for healthcare. Yeah, our family's paying $600, I think. I don't believe healthcare should be a service. I don't think people's health should be a service or a commodity that people can profit off of. I think people should be able to make a living off of, but profit? No. Because profiting off of the health of other people means that they will take advantage of those people. If there's one thing that we have learned is anytime you make anything about profit, it means that they will use and abuse the people. Especially the ones that don't have money. I started working, I paid $24 a month for my insurance, and most everything was covered. Yep. I'm not trying to find a balance for anything, actually. I just talk about what I believe and I listen to what other people believe. I've stopped trying to get balance long ago. There's my fundamentals. That's my line. Everything else is open for discussion. You lost your insurance when your husband was laid off. I feel you. Been to the doctor once in the last 5 years for $100. Why would I pay $400 a month? I mean, I understand, Curry. I hear you. If healthcare were decoupled from employment, that would give a lifeline to small businesses. It absolutely would. Yeah. You want more small businesses, decouple health insurance from employment. Who and how is it paid for? The same way everything is paid for. It would just, the pot that it would go to is different. It's all about the pot. It's not about the actual care. The care can be exactly what the care is. What pot? So instead of everybody paying into a health insurance plan, you pay into a single payer health insurance. So everyone pays into one plan. The way insurance works is, yeah, like Medicare. That's the point. Not everyone pays into it. Actually, everyone pays into it. Are you saying that all the people that aren't working right now are not working on purpose? Is that what you're trying to imply? Hey, Sheena. Do you work in healthcare? What does working in healthcare have to do with insurance? What does that have to do with the economics of insurance? I would love your opinion on the Michigan Senate race. What about it? I mean, I think El Said is a great candidate. I hope people can get past D's and R's and actually listen to what people are saying. As long as insurance is for profit, the fact is 20% of everything that we pay in insurance goes to the insurance companies to profit for insurance companies. 40% of the bills of the expenses of doctors and hospitals and everything else are administrative, dealing with all the insurance companies. Could easily reduce costs dramatically if you didn't have to deal with a middleman whose goal was to make money, not provide health care. Because I see the patient I've treated, the vast majority are not working and have no intention of working. I doubt that. I doubt that. I'm sorry, Gary. Good morning, J-Man. Without outreach, those voters may sit out. He's going to need the black voters overwhelmingly voted for Stevens. Without outreach, these voters may sit out. I mean, I hope he does. I hope he gets out there. I'm not I'm not trying to make an argument. I don't know Gary. He's just making a statement. He's making a statement that goes against every experience that I've had, excuse me, with people. What nothing that he said makes me believe that he is a person whose opinion is worth listening to. My anecdotal, it's not anecdotal evidence, it's, but is king to how I interact with the world. Yeah, he's not shown me any evidence. He just said that almost everyone he treats as though he's a doctor. There's nothing that shows that he's a doctor. Got 27 followers, following 11 people, and has Gary with no picture. And he's saying everyone who interacts with him isn't working. Thank you, Jelly. I appreciate you going over on Twitch. Our country has more than enough money to provide great healthcare. We just waste it on other things. We do, J-Man. No evidence he isn't a doctor. You're right. I have no evidence he isn't a doctor. But without being given... What's up, Cody? Long time no see, man. How are you doing? But without any evidence that he is, I have no reason to trust what he says. He's trying to change my mind. Most of the country works. A vast majority of the country works. I'm good. Been in the background lurking, so I'm supporting still. I appreciate that, buddy. Been a wild year. Been a very wild year. No chance everyone he treats is out of work. Exactly. And again, look, are there people that for whatever reason, again, the problem is not that there are people that aren't working. I know there are people that aren't working. And I know there are people that aren't working because they don't want to work. But making black and white statements like everybody isn't working, like nobody wants to work, is bullshit. It's just bullshit. Because already a majority of the country works. Do less work than used to? Yes. Yes. But is there also a reason for that? Yes. Let's look at some of the reasons. Well, it was reported that 75% of all starter jobs, entry-level positions, have gone away. A majority of entry-level positions in this country have gone away. People are soft? No, they aren't. No one works a hard job. That would be what I call a blanket statement that is completely false. Healthcare workers are overpaid. Well, someone hasn't worked in healthcare. Ah! I appreciate that. Again, there are a lot of problems in this country. Can I ask why the bills in America are so high? Do doc claim loss on their income tax? So the reason Sabrina, there is a vast, there's a lot of different reasons that have gotten us to where we're at. Part of the reasons it's so high is because the way we do insurance in the US is private, and they have stockholders. So their job is to make as much money as possible. Because of the way that we do things, it's because of profit. It's all because of profit. It's the goal of profit for everybody. And because of the way we do things with insurance and doctors, the way they interact with each other, it's like a back and forth of them continuing having to raise prices. Now that we've got so many more people without health insurance, people are having to go to the ER for things that they would normally go to a doctor for things, which is increasing the cost. I think a lot of things shouldn't be, again, and I think there are levels. The problem that we're experiencing right now is like, let's take business. Let's take business. Part of the problem that we're experiencing is business. It's not just that you need to make a profit, you need to make more profit than you made the year before. And if you make less profit than the year before, which is after expenses, by the way, then somehow you're doing it wrong and you need to start cutting back. Business owners make more money by selling out to private equity than providing goods or services. Also true. Insatiable Wall Street always wants more. Yeah. Because their businesses, if you get healthy, you're not going to need them. True. True. Which again, if you consider this, and this is why the idea of the pure level of communism, no worries, Jelly, is appealing to people. Because, you know, why should, like, a society that works for each other as opposed to working to make as much money as humanly possible is appealing. Why would you start a business if you can just shove money into that's also true. But also, you know, profit is profit. Yeah, but that doesn't help the people at the bottom. Why can't healthcare be non-profit again? Because why can't it? Because it would lose people a lot of money and they don't want that. You know, there were people that were sitting here saying that we can't go to single payer healthcare because the insurance companies would lose so much money and they wouldn't allow it. I mean, insurance companies would lose a lot of money. The stockholders in insurance companies would lose a lot of money. Well, Curry, that shows you lack humanity if you love billionaires. So that would be hilarious. What would? Doctors and nurses love their six-figure incomes. Do you understand what is entailed in actually like being a nurse or a doctor. It's not like they just become a nurse or doctor and then everything's hunky dory. People need to take better care of themselves at a younger age. Well, if we keep allowing the status quo, actually, universal healthcare systems are cheaper in every country. That literally is factual. There's literal numbers to it. That our costs are double. What is the saying? The billionaire convinces the people making 25 to 30 an hour that the ones making 10 to 15 an hour are the issue. Yep. It's true, Jamie. And the people providing health care for you will do it for free. Who said anything about free? Why do you guys keep bringing up the word free? Never said free. Have to stop Citizens United. The only way we're going to really stop Citizens United, unfortunately, is a constitutional amendment. No. Healthcare workers in a universal single payer healthcare system are not federal employees. We can have cheaper healthcare too if we just lower the standards. Don't even want to know what you mean by that. Or you can have universal healthcare. Again, everyone talks about socialism. You guys don't know what socialism is. I don't bring up people I don't know, Dan. Bottom line has to be something better. Yeah, we have to do something because what we're doing right now isn't working. We need more people paying into the system then, and single payer healthcare. Then everyone would be paying into the system. Socialism is a social construct. It ain't real. Socialism is as real as capitalism, communism, any other ism. Europe is not socialist per se. They do what I think everyone would need to do. Take parts of the different ones that work and put it together. Actually, it's not socialist. There are aspects of socialism in it, but it's not social. It's not social. But there are aspects of socialism here. That's the funny part. I mean, that's awesome. It's a social democracy. That's not socialism, though. You pay 40% taxes. Yeah, and you get a lot for it, and it's awesome. I'm jealous. Time pass. You are an asshole. You don't get to talk here anymore. But those folk making these comments are from southern states who are most unhealthy in the country. It's possible. Do people not realize we pay more now in insurance than what our taxes would be in a single payer? And they believe, they've been taught to believe, Crystal, that in order that we get better standards of care because of it. Donnie, Bernie Sanders, AOC, all social democrats. Yep, they are. No, everyone has the capability. Well, not even everyone has the capability. Healthcare exists in this country. The problem is we don't pay enough for people to be able to pay for it. No one's begging. Hoopster, grow up. 45? So you can vote for them. If only it were that easy. The way we do elections here is not the way you do elections in the Netherlands. They are not anti-American cave media productions. Mamdani, Bernie Sanders, and AOC are as American as you are. You're right. There are lots of templates. It doesn't help if people don't get out and vote and put people in office that want it. The fact is things would have to change before we could get it the way we need it. And unfortunately, we are not close to that yet. We're still only getting 15 to 25%, excuse me, of people voting in primary elections. Everything was better 3 years ago. I mean, better than right now, but not good. The problems, a lot of the problems that we were experiencing were still happening. In a society, yes. I believe it is society's responsibility to support society, especially if you have empathy and humanity. Yep. I do believe it is your responsibility to pay for others. I believe it is all of our responsibility to have humanity and support others. What, Jax, do you think libs did to cause your co-pays to go up? Even if they can't work. Yes, I have healthcare right now. Yes. I think if everyone wants to be a part of society, then yes, we need to support others. Part of being a society is supporting others in society. Yes. No, what we want to do is bring up the lower class, the poor, bring down the top, bring up the bottom, And then everyone is paying into the system more. Who's going to pay for it? The same people that pay for it right now. Expect people to support others. Do you have a savings? Of course you have a savings. Why wouldn't you have a savings? Who gets to decide who's being responsible? You? Whose decision? Who gets to decide? It's unfair. Aw, life isn't fair. And no, they aren't on 80% of immigrants are not on social programs. A majority of the social programs, if not all of them, you aren't allowed to have as a undocumented immigrant. Rich are not paying more. Percentage-wise, they are not. Yeah. The largest majority of people on social programs are white people. Well, the system that was created is one where that's not possible. Hey, James. If you have a savings, then you're not helping others. That's dumb. That is literally a dumb statement. You can help others and still have money in savings. I hear you, Cindy. I understand. No, what you said is BS. But thanks for playing. Healthy people will understand one day when they are diagnosed with something and their health insurance hits the roof. Yep. No. How about we change the system to one where people have empathy and humanity and actually care about others? How is the old dream gone? Because getting an education doesn't guarantee a job, getting a job doesn't guarantee a house or a family or anything else. People don't want free shit. No, it's called being part of a society, Dan. The healthcare in the UK isn't free. Yes, you do. That's why you want to raise my taxes. Are you a billionaire? Are you a 100 millionaire in wealth? How about a voluntary society? No. If you don't want to be a part of a society, then feel free to find some land that's not a part of another country. And maybe you can hold on to it for a little while. I hear you, Crystal. What was the old dream? Get an education, get a job, get a house. Get married, have grandkids, retire. It's not a coercive society. You're born into it. It helped you, now you have to help others. If you grew up, society helped you. Oh no, MAGA does not like certain people. Not just work much longer, but in most cases work. It could be a voluntary society. No, it couldn't. That's not true. I did it. You did what? Not all MAGA? Disagree. Bought a house. How old are you? Gluteus Maximus. Why couldn't it be voluntary? Because that's not how society works. You don't just get to decide if you want to be a part of society. Well, you are one of the few. And you're saying that poor people don't work really hard? Well, but that is what you are saying. You're saying you were able to get a house at 27 because you worked really hard. That may have not been the intention of your statement, but that is what you implied. Yeah, and I think if we need more doctors and nurses, then we as a society should help make it possible. Yeah. I I believe the American dream is gone because that is not possible for a majority of people coming into society. You seem to have all the problems. What are the solutions? I mean, we're talking about them. Did you buy a house? Yes, and I got extremely lucky. We were in the right place at the right time, right after the 2008 housing crash. If we were to try and buy a house right now, it wouldn't be possible. Yeah. I'm also 47. I'm a Gen X. No, it's an economics issue. No, it is. It's 100%. For a majority of the people going into the workforce right now from scratch, brand new, it is impossible. I do not believe people are generally lazy today. I think a lot of people have given up because for a majority, yeah, I think it is impossible. How do you define human right? Available accessible, and affordable. People want to do it all alone? No, people don't want to do it all alone. But again, it's a new society, it's a new world. It's not that people specifically want to do it all alone, but people many people don't want to get married and have kids. Why should their ability to survive be any different than someone who is married and has kids? What is fair share? What is livable wage? Livable wage is different for each state. Yeah. Actually, by my definition, healthcare, correct. Healthcare isn't treated as a human right in America right now. Correct. I believe it should be. I believe it is. People come here from countries that are used to generational homes. They do it better than anyone. Okay. Well, that's capitalism for you, baby. They don't create people aren't allowed to create generational homes anymore because they aren't given enough land to be able to do something like that. Who makes the rules on what everyone gets paid? Who should make the rules? A body of government based on the cost of living. Hey, Chili. Not to mention, we're dealing with a problem where who would want to live with a family member who voted for this administration? I wouldn't, especially if I was a member of a marginalized community. Morning, Deb. Why is the American dream gone? Because for a majority of people coming into the workforce, it is not possible to get an education, get a job, get a house. Community people want to come up, you can. Hey, Kelsey. All your children got an education and all have their homes. Did you help pay for it? Well, your kids are the lucky ones. How old are your kids? You can't scroll up here. Must be nice to have someone pay for your education. They paid half. So they did not have to pay for their entire education. Got it. Most people nowadays don't get that option. That is literally giving them a leg up. Not difficult. Okay. Just make good decisions. Oh my gosh. Whew. Yeah, there's a difference between an American dream that is attainable and one that is not for a vast majority of the population. Your oldest has 4 children. Okay. Good for him. What's up, Candace? How are you doing, my friend? People are blinded by their own privilege. Yep. Thank you, Shiva. Appreciate you. It's wild. Hmm. Well, considering Republicans have the House, the Senate, the presidency, and arguably the Supreme Court, if things are bad right now, saying the Dems are the problem is kind of wild. Yeah, that's the point, Ava. It's not possible to work hard and be able to save and invest and educate yourself. No, pointing out the realities of the new society we live in is not blaming. Democrats said 65 is too young to retire. No, they didn't. Oh, so many assumptions are being made, Luna. I venture to say between what we pay in premiums, copays, and deductibles, it would cost less to insure everyone overall. Yep. $55 should be retirement age. There's a lot of things that I think should change. That's not how a human right works, Robertus. Yeah. Republicans want to raise the Social Security age. They want to make retirement age 72. Exactly. Who pays for your right to health care? Society. Just like society pays for your health, helps pay for your health care right now. No. Other people already help pay for your health care. No. You obviously don't understand how health insurance works. You pay into a pot. And then every time you go, it pulls from that pot. Yeah. And what do you think would happen? You think that people wouldn't pay if it was a human right? No one said the word free. You guys are the only ones that are using the word free. Literally. Yeah, people take from the pot. That is how health insurance works. You're right. Nothing is free. Never said it was. Again, I'm not the one who keeps talking about free. No, it absolutely is. Actually, it does come from a pot. Literally how health insurance works. Affordable health insurance on their own? Yes. Most of society is blocked from getting affordable health insurance on their own. Well, yeah, each insurance company is a different pot, but it's still a pot. No one is asking your mom, who is a doctor, to give free health care. What's up, Captain? They are pulling from a pot. That's literally how insurance works. Every ounce of money that you put in goes into a giant ass pot that helps pay for everything. And based on how much is spent, how much that insurance company pays, decides whether your insurance premiums go up next year or not. The idea is young people that don't need a lot pay into the pot to help pay for old people that use it a lot until they get old, and then young people help pay for them. No, it does not mean you are entitled to free healthcare. It means you're entitled to affordable and accessible healthcare. And then Aetna design, well, yeah, that's because insurance companies are a private company whose job is to make profit, and we've allowed that. That's a different problem. No, I don't think corporations are playing by the rules. Of course, it's a pot. It's a pot that an insurance company controls, but it's still a pot. That's still how it works. But it's not affordable, Chris. It's not a trickle down effect. It's an insurance. Why do you assume that everyone who's going to the doctors is there for poor choices? Thomas, you're not saying anything, so I don't know what you think you're doing. Sure, feel free to come up, Captain. You're always welcome. That's true. They did tell them that affordability was a Democratic hoax. That's true. Hello. Hello.
How's it going?
Oh, it's I
think
been an interesting day.
yeah, isn't it how it always is, you know? I feel that. I've been dealing with a lot of interesting. I've been dealing with health insurance personally. It's been a pain in the you know what. I had some stomach issues, and I had been trying to get the insurance company to cover it. They'll cover the procedure, but they don't want to cover the location, you know? And so I've been dealing with that because they want to do it in a hospital. Because last time I did the dye, I went temporarily blind for like 5 minutes. So the doctor's like, we should do it in a hospital just in case you have another reaction that's more severe. And the insurance was like, nah, that's ridiculous. Go to an outpatient clinic. You'll be fine. I was like, oh, cool. We'll just roll the dice. That'll be cool. You know,
Yeah.
that private health insurance I pay for. Lots of money every year. But yeah, insurance. Outside of that thing, all right. So we're arguing about how insurance is or is not a pot. It's a pot, guys. It's a pot. That's how insurance works. I'm an investigator. I've been working in insurance industries for like decades at this point. It's literally the job that I do. I investigate fraud, and before that I worked in claims processing. I've done it for health insurance, I've done it for property insurance, I've done it for all sorts of different things. I'm licensed to the state and four or five different states at this point for these types of things. So when it comes to talking about this is literally my job every single day, and I have to navigate this every single day. So when I'm telling you stuff here, it comes from a place of a lot of knowledge. Now, I'm not going to say that I am the perfect individual and that there isn't small things that I might not get right, because there are state exceptions. Exceptions are not the norm. We're not talking about exceptions. We're talking about the standard of practice. So first and foremost, insurance, it's a pot. I'll give you a really simple. One of them's in the name. Everyone's heard of a company called Liberty Mutual. It's a mutual fund. What is a mutual fund? It's a giant pot of money that you pay into. Everyone pays into that with their premiums. When you're not using your premium and someone else goes to the hospital, they're taking the money that you pay for your premium and it's going to that individual or multiple individuals, depending on the situation. If you think that your premium solely goes towards your treatment, then you do not understand how finances work whatsoever, and you need to go back to school. Or you just need to take some time out of your day to go figure it out. Because the amount of money that you pay for your premium, I assure you, would not cover your insurance expenses. That's why we're all paying into that, because it's to deviate some of the money and divvy it up amongst people in order to pay out on the extravagant amount of money that it costs for individual procedure. And that money that goes into that giant pot or a mutual fund, in the terms of the example that I'm using here, that particular amount of money, they're hoping that you don't have to use your insurance, or a claim is denied for something that's not covered in your policy by these very specific criteria that they have. Like, for instance, in my case, they don't want to cover the venue. They're hoping that that doesn't get paid out and that they get to collect that money, because if you don't need the insurance, they make money off of it called profits, because it's a for-profit company. Insurance is a business. Businesses are in it to make money. They don't make money by paying you or me. That's how that works. Then, if we want to go even further on that step point here, the next thing is why we want more of an affordable health insurance or something run through the government. People go, well, government-run insurance wouldn't be run very well. Look at the VA. I want to keep my private insurance. Newsflash for you, your private insurance is regulated by the government. Don't believe me? Call your insurance state office or the Office of State Insurance. Every single state has a state insurance office. It dictates how your policies are able to operate in the state. If you're from Massachusetts or know people from Massachusetts, they know this perfectly well. Massachusetts has very specific regulations that they allow insurance companies in their state to operate under. If they don't operate under those specific regulations, they don't get to operate in that state. So everything is run already by a state agency through the government. So your insurance is run by the government. What's the difference between the government just having a direct insurance policy versus having Liberty Mutual or having United Healthcare or any of these other different companies? Is that they have CEOs, they have administrators, they have stockholders. Those people need to make money, otherwise they wouldn't be in the business. Businesses are there to what? Make money. And they don't make money by paying out on claims. So in order to make money, those businesses, as acting as a middleman, are taking some of those profits and they're not spending it on your healthcare. They're not spending it on the process to make those things better. They're spending it on their second or third yacht down in Florida. So when you eliminate a third party, such as an individual private insurance company, and you run it through a governmental system, then you're eliminating all of those for-profit needs, which would ultimately lower the cost because we're pulling from a bigger pot and we're paying less money out from other frivolous things, such as a CEO's bank account. Yes, you're still going to need people to run these things. And yes, it's going to be regulated through the government system, but as we already discussed, it's already run through a government system. It's already run by that entity.
Yeah.
Full stop. That's how that works.
I think the other things that people don't realize. I think the other things that people don't. Can you mute yourself? I'm coming through your mic. Okay. I think the other, and obviously Cap can respond to it, but the other thing that a lot of people don't realize is just because your company may be willing to, like, most people don't realize how much their companies are paying for your insurance on top of what you're paying. Like, we're paying $600 a month. Most companies are paying double that or triple or more. Like, it's not like we're throwing them like tens of thousands of dollars a year. It's not just what we as people pay, it's what the companies we work for are also paying. And for the person that talked about the Affordable Care Act was a marketplace. The reason that it had the potential of making healthcare more affordable was by getting more people onto healthcare, which increases the pot, which can lower costs. And after the Affordable Care Act was passed, this administration, during his first term, got rid of things that helped keep those prices down, like the requirement to have health insurance. Technically, the requirement's still there, but he reduced the fee, the penalty to zero, which meant people didn't have to have health care, which meant the pot shrunk, because who are the people that are going to get off of health care? The people that are young, that don't have to go, that don't have to get health care because they're younger and healthier. But they're the people that are needed to keep health care costs down because it's a pot. Also, ACA was half a measure of a half a measure. Yeah, I mean, again, ACA was never designed to be the fix of healthcare. It was, I mean, honestly, if you actually look at what Obama tried to get passed before it had to get changed in order to get passed, it was actually referred to the so you understand that being referred to the DOJ means nothing, Ron, right? They still have to have proof of something. Remember how all those people were gonna get arrested for supposedly cutting the reflecting pool, and then nothing happened? No, he's not the fall guy. He didn't do anything wrong. He actually can plead the fifth. He has every right to plead the fifth. Just because they don't like it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and to elaborate too on like that pool concept too. Like, think about it this way. So if you have 10 people and we're all paying $5 into something, and only, 5 out of those 10 people have to use that, there's still the $5 that went in from everybody else. yes, you're not technically using those things, and you go, well, why would I pay the $5 then? That's kind of the point, is you're not paying for something that did happen, you're paying for something that could happen, and it's meant to cover things that are in an exorbitant amount of what you'd be able to afford outside of it. Because the reality of the situation is that not everyone's sick all of the time. We all get sick at different points in our lives, and we all have different bio constructs. We're made up of different things. So at the end of the day, that we're all going to get sick at different times, and we're all maybe not even going to get sick. And yeah, sure, you might say, well, that kind of sucks. I'm not a person who gets sick, and I don't want to like pay for that money. Hey, you know, some people don't use the roads. Some people don't have kids where they go to school. Some people don't have to call the fire department ever, but your taxes still pay for it anyway. Still covered by your taxes because it's as needed, because it benefits society as a whole.
Yep. Just because I do most of my work from home doesn't mean I'm not okay with paying for the roads that I use every once in a while. That's that. Like, come on, guys. This is, again, this is how society works. And this is why a single payer health insurance system, we have done ourselves a disservice by calling it single payer healthcare, because it's not single payer healthcare, it's single payer health insurance. It's basically Medicare for all. Everyone pays, instead of paying to a health insurance company, you pay a little extra in taxes, just like you do for Social Security, and it goes into a pot. And again, the benefits of going to Medicare for all for the country would be so astronomical. It's wild that y'all aren't actually for it. Like, for small businesses alone, you would see a massive increase in the number of small businesses. Like, you would see a boom of small businesses. You would.
Well, you know what another thing is too, is I think of it, oh, sorry. I was going to say, I think of it like the fire department scenario.
I just want to say that.
Yeah, go ahead.
The other thing is not having your health insurance tied to where you work would release the pressure on so many people. It would, like, the ability to go get a job, not only that you like, but that, you know, or being married. Yeah. But like, to go, just to be able to go, this job isn't working for me, I want to go get a new job. A lot of people just stay in shitty jobs and know they have to stay because of health insurance.
Yeah, that's a huge thing for sure, is that you get stuck into a thing, and that stagnates growth overall. And a lot of these social programs, which people are really afraid of, you know, the big scary socialism word is this. Think about it. I'm going to start off with a simple thing that most people can conceptualize, because it's like a real, you know, vehement threat. But like fire departments, they're paid through social services. A lot, I don't know about a lot of other places. Like, we have volunteer fire people around here. You know, that's their thing, is they just volunteer on the weekends to be a fireman when things go down, right? But if you had, for instance, if we took the same concept of for-profit health insurance and put it to like a fire department, let's say, for instance, my neighbor, he doesn't take care of his house, and he leaves a bunch of, like, you know, papers lying around his fire pit in the back. It lights on fire, and he goes, well, I don't got money to pay for no fire department, and it's a for-profit fire department. Well, his house starts on fire. I'm like, well, that's not my problem, because it's his house on fire, you know, whatever. Well, guess what happens with fires? They spreads to the next door neighbor. His house is on fire, and maybe he doesn't have money for it, or now he's got to pay money because the other person, you know, wasn't able to pay his fire department for private, you know, for-profit fire department. Now, instead of one house, it's two, and then it's three, and then it's four. And you're like, well, that person should be responsible. If you think they don't have money, if they don't have money for the fire department in the first place, they weren't going to have money to fix your house. That's not going to happen for you. And that concept's a very simple, easy concept to understand. That's why we don't have for-profit fire departments, because we want to keep everything good so that the neighborhood doesn't burn down. When we're talking about health of everybody, we don't want people sick. You don't want people going out in society who are sick and unable to take care of themselves, who are potentially getting other people sick, and other people in the society are gonna suffer as a result of that. When it comes to like students and in schools, the reason why I pay for elementary schools and I want those funded appropriate, the reason why I don't care about kids getting free lunches is because kids grow up. If you're not even altruistic, if you're very selfish, here, I will sell you on free health, or not free health, free money for kids in school. Those kids are going to grow up, and you're going to grow up, and you're going to get old. And what's going to happen is you're going to have to rely on those people to be the doctors and the nurses and the caretakers and the gas station attendants and the people who go to all the stores and handle all those things. Those are the people that you have to interact with in society every single day. And you do not want dumb people, respectfully, working in those positions, unable to do those jobs that you rely on in your day-to-day life. Because the ultimate fact is we all get old, we all become incapable at some point of solely doing everything ourselves. That's why they have things like jar openers and that are automatic, for instance, is that at one point your grip strength is just going to fail. You're not built differently. You're not any kind of special snowflake where you can't, you're immune to aging. I don't personally want people out in the environment driving on the roads who are dumb and can't pass a driving test. I don't want people who are working in my infrastructure, maintaining my electric grid, who don't know what they're doing. I don't want plumbers who don't know what they're doing, electricians who don't know what they're doing, roadway workers who don't know what they're doing, factory workers who don't know what they're doing. You want to see the decline in politicians who don't know what they're doing. Yes. You don't want people who are incompetent at their positions in society running those things. And at a certain point, when you don't take care of the basic foundations of just having kids be able to eat their goddamn lunch without starving and being able to study and having the schools funded, then you have to pay a little bit more into society so that we all can benefit from that in the end run. So if you're not altruistic, if you're purely selfish, that's the selfish way to think about it and take care of it, is to take care of everybody, to take care of yourself. Now I'm saying that about that, but health is the same thing. We don't want the dregs of society of people getting really, really sick and not being able to maintain themselves, because ultimately those people still exist in society. They're not going to die on the street. They're going to flood the hospitals. And they're going and nurses and people who care are going to take care of them.
They already are.
And they already are. So the reason we take care of everybody, even if you are selfish, is so that everything runs smooth. So when you need to do the selfish thing and take care of yourself, everything else is there. Everything is already done for you, and the people around you can take care of you. That is what blows my mind the most about people who are so against this scary word of socialism, is that if you're scared of socialism, move to the mountains, live there, breathe there, die there, and don't ever use a public roadway. Don't ever call the fire department. Don't ever call the police department. Don't ever call an ambulance. Don't ever go to the hospital. You have to learn to be a doctor, a farmer, and a policeman, and a fireman, and all those other jobs that society takes care of for you that you're not even aware of. Run your own water, run your own electricity, get on the solar grid. If you want to live like that in the mountains, by all means do so, but don't you dare for a moment use any part of other society. Well, if you use any of those things, well, you got to pay for it, and that's called the taxes.
Even past that, don't ever get anything delivered, because, again, you know, air, like flying and all that stuff, that becomes part of it. You say get on solar grid. Well, what do you think what do you think society did to make it possible for solar panels to exist? Like, again, this is the crazy thing about all of this. You are part of a society. There is no way of getting out of being part of a society. It is literally impossible. There is no escape, especially in 2026. Maybe there was an argument for it when there was, like, you know, 200 years ago, when this stuff didn't exist. But in 2026, there's no such thing as getting away from society as a whole.
And, you know, I saw a comment says you pay for ambulance. Yes, you do. But did you know that ambulances are subsidized through government programs in order to keep those costs down, and that those ambulances are actually paid to sit there when you're not calling them? If you're not calling them, the whole reason that they sit where they are is because they have a contract with the city that pays to them via taxes. If you didn't have those taxes that subsidize those ambulances wouldn't be sitting there all day long. You'd have longer response times and it would cost more when you do actually have to call one. So even though you do pay for ambulances, it would be a lot more if it wasn't subsidized through programs. And that's why things like the ACA was very important, because that incorporated some of those concepts. I can't remember 100% on this one here, so I might be mistaken. That incorporated some of those concepts to make sure that those things were afforded and paid for, as well as other things. They're supposed to be part of the preliminary budgets built into that in order to ensure that those things were subsidized to a certain extent. That includes hospitals and everything else. So the whole point of those things existing the way that they do and at the price that they are, even though I would agree it's freaking expensive and ridiculous, is a result of the subsidies caused by taxes that we pay for.
Well, why would we go back to the original Constitution? The original Constitution didn't even have everything. Literally, they wrote the Constitution and then created 10 amendments to it right away. They didn't write those into the original Constitution. Not to mention, society is vastly different than it was when the Constitution was written. So the idea of going back to the original Constitution when literally nothing is the same is just a dumb statement. It's a dumb statement. Go do something else. Go somewhere else.
If we're going with the original Constitution, they wrote it with the idea of having amendments in mind. So everything that we've led to at this point is part of the original Constitution. That's a moot point. We can't go back to just the bare bones minimum of it. If you want to get rid of all the amendments, fine, sure. We'll get rid of guns, free speech, and freedom from religion. Like, come on, dude.
Let's go back to horse and buggy. Yeah. This is how I always know that it's you know, it's the same for the people that like don't like cities, which again, I can understand not liking cities to some extent. They overwhelm me right now. But like these people that talk about going and living, you know, off grid, quote unquote. You don't live off grid. No one who lives off grid is actually off grid. They are in the middle of nowhere. They may not be on the electric grid. They may not be, you know, they might have water pipes connected to them, but they aren't completely off grid. If you buy things, if you buy anything, if you've bought solar panels, if you've bought wood, if you've bought literally anything, you are on grid. Your grid is more difficult, but you're still on grid. Hey, Patty.
One of my favorite things was sorry.
No, go.
I was gonna piggyback off of that. One of my favorite things is somebody, I can't remember it. You can look it up. It's on YouTube. There's a guy who wanted to build his own toaster, like a toaster that you could buy at Walmart, for instance, right? And he went through the process of getting everything himself. I'm talking mining the minerals, smelting it, putting it all together, the whole 9 yards. Can you guess how much that cost him to build that toaster, that $15 toaster you get from Walmart?
Nope.
It was like $23,000 to build that toaster, or something ridiculous like that. It was because he had the only place you could get like certain materials was to like fly like over, like he had like fly to like a place where there was an iron mine, and then he had to bring that material back. And then some of the electronic components, like the simple things like a capacitor or something like that, had very rare like metals and stuff like that, earthen metals. And so like all that to do that would cost, you know, like tens of thousands of dollars to build a toaster. And that's something that we get for $15. In a society and a thing as large as we have, it's impossible to do everything by yourself, even just building a simple toaster.
Mama Jamma, I understand what off-grid meant when the word was created. I'm talking about what most people, when they talk about being off-grid, mean. I understand words matter, but we also have a society now where we have to agree on the meaning of the word if we want to actually believe that words matter. And right now, unfortunately, there are too many words that we actually disagree on their definition, which is why when a lot of people use words, I try and find out what they mean before we have a conversation about it. But when people come in here and talk about being off grid, they don't mean just being off the electric grid. They mean being off of any reliance on society at all. That's what they mean by off grid when they come in. And how do I know that? Because that's how they talk. You're creating the problem with the disagreement. No, I'm not creating the problem with the disagreement. Again, I don't really care. It's a word. I just care that I understand what they mean by it when we're going to have a conversation about it. Like that, it's the same as woke. People use the word woke all the time incorrectly. And language evolves. Words mean what society decides it means. Sometimes that changes. Off grid wasn't a possibility for a while. Like the way we, like, again, it's dictionaries decide what a word means, tries to give an established definition of it, but those definitions change. That's like saying that Kleenex doesn't mean anything in English society. It does. It has a meaning. And it's not just a corporation. But if someone comes in and
it's funny, like everyone uses the term dumpster, right?
Yeah.
Dumpster is a name brand.
Yeah. How do you realistically propose free healthcare? I'm not proposing free healthcare. How am I proposing like Medicare for all, which is what I'm proposing? Everyone just pays into one pot. How do we reduce wait times? Our government also does things to not just say we need more doctors, but actively educate and get more doctors. Stop relying on capitalism to get more doctors. We need more doctors. We need more primary care physicians. So what are we doing to get them? What are we doing? Just saying we need more doctors isn't getting more doctors.
You know what also will reduce wait times too as well is that we're going to have less of things that are going to become emergent problems with preventative care because things are going to be more affordably found. If you have something that is like a minor issue and you go in to get it taken care of when it's a minor issue, that's something that's only going to take 5-10 minutes in an inpatient outpatient kind of clinic, versus you don't have the healthcare, don't want to pay the money into it, can't afford it, so you don't go. That minor issue develops into a major issue, which then you have to go to emergency care, which requires more resources, more time, and more doctors, and more specialization in those particular fields to resolve that issue, which was something that you probably could have taken a couple of antibiotics, over-the-counter medication or supplementation, or hey, maybe it was just like a little sprain or strain that you could have done some PT instead of it becoming like a massive major hernia. Hernias, which can develop into more than just muscle strains and things like that. You could end up like what they think my situation is my hernia is causing stomach issues. I lost 20 pounds in a month. Why? Because I have what's called a potentially a hiatal hernia. It's crushing my stomach. And that's because I wasn't able to get to a doctor for PT.
Who says...
That's all it takes. And that would have been a maintenance issue with some PT.
I'm not saying force people to become doctors. I'm saying incentivize becoming doctors. Give them incentive. Make a thing that says we will pay for your education if for 5 years you become a doctor in a rural area, because rural areas are the ones suffering the most from lack of PCPs. Right there. That is straight up helping. The reason we don't have a lot of doctors is because doctors cannot, like, the cost of becoming a doctor is impossible for most people. The cost is preventative, just straight up. So let's take out that cost. Words have definitions, and the context of the word also matters. You're not making a point that's... I know, Corzin. It's fine. This is what conversation is. This is unfortunately how it goes, and we need to do it. That's part of it. But again, I'm not saying free healthcare. I'm saying single payer health insurance. I'm saying Medicare for all. I'm saying increase the pot and make it so it's covered. I'm saying let's, how else do you reduce wait times? Stop making it so you have to get pre-approval from your PCP before you can get things done before you can go to other doctors that you obviously need to go to. If I hurt my hand, or if I've got certain problems, why make me go to a doctor before you have to make me go somewhere else? Like, go to the doctor.
I got a great example. So, like, this stomach issue I'm having, I started back in July is when this started. And I had to schedule an appointment with a primary. They wanted to put me on 3 to 4 weeks to see the primary physician. And then from the primary physician, when I went there, they're like, oh, well, we have to wait for approval from the insurance company. It's going to take like 3 to 4 business days for the approval from the insurance company to do this one test. Once we get that one test back, which we could do right now, by the way, we just can't until we get approved of by the insurance company. We're going to have to wait for that test to come to get the approval from the insurance company, schedule time to go to the test, then go to do the test. Then when that comes back, we're going to have to figure out what the issue is, if it comes back positive or negative. Then we're going to have to schedule a different test if it comes back negative. And then you might have to go see a specialist, which you're going to have to get approval from us from the insurance company again to go to that particular specialist, and then the procedure that they're going to do. And then once that's been approved, then yada, 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 yada. So this is something that happened back in July. I could have went in there, gotten the test, gone down to radiology, gotten the scan, and then had all of the answers in the same building the same day if I didn't have to wait for approval from insurance on each individual step along the way. And then I had to take multiple days away from work to schedule time to go to each one of these appointments and then get results back from those appointments. Not to mention all the time I spent on the phone calling the insurance company.
We're losing you.
Moving forward. That I can get them to do a single scan.
You're cutting all in and out on that one. Joseph, we have a lot of people that live in Canada in this community, and they don't wait a year. I'm 80 years old, never had to wait. Okay. Congratulations. You are a lucky one. Excuse me. Again, why do you guys completely ignore the experiences of the rest of the country? I'm 80 and I've never had to. Well, then your experience must be the same for everybody. That's just not reality. Yeah.
Cool. I'm 36 and I've had to wait like 4 times. So big whoop. I don't know what age has to do with anything.
Just saying, in 80 years, he hasn't had to wait. So that must mean the rest of us haven't had that problem.
Nowadays, and we need to do something.
You're still cutting in and out a lot, Kevin.
Yeah, I guess things have gotten worse objectively, and that we should be doing things to fix things. Well, damn country. Don't live out in the country. Don't do that.
That's right. I got a new job at the post office. It's
to get moseying anyway.
All right, man.
Mike, it's always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure to have you up.
Yeah, next time people be talking some mad jokes about insurance, I'll come in, I'll beat them up for you.
Sounds good, buddy.
I had this happen the other day. Someone tried to argue Snap with me, and I was like, I do that. I investigate that. They're like, well, there's all this fraud. I was like, I investigate that. There's not fraud. And they're like, it's whatever. People are nuts.
Yep. We had
all right, brother. Much love.
Yep.
Take
See
care.
ya, man. I get a 6-month wait for my neurologist all the time. I'm lucky if I get it in more than 6 months, in less than 6 months. The only time you get a shorter, how do you afford it? A lot of people don't. A lot of people just get so sick until they have to go to emergency room where they're required to treat you whether you can afford it or not. The only purpose for healthcare is insurance that is provided by the employer. I mean, again, insurance has its place if it's done well, if it's done right. Because yeah, that's how society, everyone putting into a pot and society supporting itself. It's a scam. The way it is currently run is a scam, sure. No. The COVID vaccine was not a scam. But thanks for playing. The captain? Here, I will pin his, I will pin him. Pin comment. There you go. You didn't see Fauci yesterday. I've seen Fauci a lot. Fauci didn't do anything wrong. Was he perfect? No, because none of us have dealt with it. Aww. Wah. Sounds like someone doesn't understand science. You have zero credibility? Okay. The fifth, yeah. And he's allowed to plead the fifth as many times as he wants. Welcome to the Constitution. Trust the science? No one trusts fully the science. No, nor should anyone. Scientists don't fully trust the science. That's why they keep learning and keep growing and keep changing. That's why the science keeps changing. Grow up. It was science. He did not admit it. Of course it's science. There was basis for everything that was done. Definitely trust scientists over TV show personalities. Our health insurance. Typical bullshit from a covenant. Our healthcare is one of the best. You talking about Canada? No one said free. Joseph. Literally no one said free. You're the ones who think free. The only people saying free and thinking that anyone talking about universal healthcare means free. No, I understand. Is you guys, Joseph. Only you are thinking that anyone is saying free or meaning free. You guys can't get your head out of your ass when it comes to this conversation because all you keep telling yourself is we think we mean free. Explain the taxes. Explain what about the taxes? Commodified is not, even if it's not commodified, it still wouldn't be free. We would just be paying taxes instead to cover it, instead of paying a health insurance company through our business. Still costs money. Always still costs money. how to pay for it. Instead of paying through our businesses, we would pay a tax. So businesses would stop having to pay into a health insurance, and the workers would have to stop paying into a health insurance company. I understand that a lot of people use them interchangeably. The problem is that most people that we're trying to have this conversation with don't have the ability to see them interchangeably. So we need to be careful when we talk. That's the only thing. Again, I know why some people say free healthcare, because what they're thinking about when they say free is, when I go into the doctor, I'm not going to have to pay, a extra. There's not going to be this mass amount that I'm going to have to pay extra. Basically, my insurance payment to the single payer health, universal health, Medicare for all, whatever, is in itself going to cover going for the healthcare. So it feels free because we already budget for paying for health insurance. That's why. The problem is people aren't, it's not crossing the line. It's not a human right in America right now because it's not affordable. Everything changed when insurance companies became, everything in America changed when pretty much everything became for profit. Housing, our healthcare, our, energy, food. Everything that is for survival. That doesn't mean it's right, but yeah. Hey, Cricky. I am doing well. How are you? What are things that you think should be privatized? Luxuries. Things that aren't necessary for survival. I don't mind those things being private. All right, been a long week. I feel you. Yes, we need decommodification of things like housing and energy and healthcare, and to an extent food. Why I like what Mamdani is doing in New York. Why should it be about making money? Why is making enough to survive and pay your bills and put a little bit extra away? Strasser, I'd love to believe you, but unfortunately American history is not agreeing with that statement right now, but I hope you're right in the future. It's not worse in quote unquote left-wing countries. No, it's not. What do you think is worse? What is worse about left-wing country? What do you believe is worse? Why is it about making money? Because nothing is free unless you resort. Why is it all about making money? Who determines what's necessary for living? What do you mean, who determines what? Your ability to live determines what's necessary for living. You need shelter. You need food, water. You need heat in the cold, and you need cold in the heat. You need to be healthy to be able to move around. Survival, it determines what. You think we have a future. Of course we have a future. What the future looks like. Do you need a phone in current society? You need access to a phone? Sure. You need phones to be affordable? Sure. Can't wait to go spend $1,000 at my alternative medicine doctor because the regular doctors think I'm fine, so I have to see someone who doesn't take insurance to actually help. I'm sorry, Cricky. Billionaires have filled America. Rich people have filled Americans' heads with fear. Yep. That is true. Healthcare is a human right. Affordable healthcare is a human right. Not just access. Well, access also means affordable. If it's not affordable, you don't have access to it. Yes, it is. Says who? Me. Says me. Who's going to pay for healthcare? The same people that pay for healthcare right now. None of your actually, most of America's problems right now are because of billionaires. Lots of interesting opinions on TikTok. I mean, most of society is built on opinions. It's an opinion. There are people with an opinion in this country. There have been people in opinion in this country that slavery was okay. And it took people with an opinion that slavery wasn't okay to get rid of at least slavery to the extent that we have gotten rid of it. Do you even know how many billionaires in America? What does it matter? Billion. 902. Yeah. And they make up most of the money, most of the wealth in this country. That's 902 too many. You know, our government already has basically weaseled their way into owning shareholder stakes in 30 businesses already, right? This administration. So if you're complaining about opens the door for governments to extend their ownership to claim ownership over an industry, they're already doing it. Insurance is such a scam, and I'm pretty tired of it. I feel you, Cricky. I feel you. Opinions carry no weight and authority? Of course they do. Opinions absolutely carry weight, as long as you're willing to keep talking. You're just saying it's just an opinion, so I'm not going to listen to it. Then it means nothing. Like, again, the opinion that slavery was bad was necessary in order to get rid of it. The opinion that black people should be able to vote is what led to the civil rights movement. The opinion that women should vote is what led to women's suffrage. Where's your rage against George Soros? Is George Soros a billionaire? Then I'm against George Soros being a billionaire. Definitely no billionaire should be president. Ugh. My politicians? I don't have any politicians. I don't identify, I don't make political parties my identity. I don't think any billionaire should fund politicians. I think money should be taken out of politics. I think lobbyists should be banned. But most people, most voters in this country can't get their head out of their ass to the point of looking past an R and a D so we can actually change anything. I don't think any politician that collected money from him should be voted back into office. Is it legal currently for them to take money from billionaires, as long if it's considered, again, if they do something that's illegal, that's obviously they should be removed. But if they do something legal, but I would argue to be an unethical thing, they should not be voted into office again. That's how voting works. Problem is, most people don't do that. Again, you're so obsessed with R's and D's that you don't actually pay attention, and we don't vote in things like primaries. And most people freak out about what one side does, but because it's their side, they're okay when their side is doing it. Why aren't there term limits? 2 terms for senators, 6 for Republicans? Because it's going to require a constitutional amendment to get term limits, unfortunately. Again, this is why we need to get to a place where we can agree on fundamentals and actually work on problems, right? It's about working on the problems. We have to be able to agree that it's a problem and not sit here and go, oh, Republicans, oh, Democrats. No, a problem's a problem. Are pedos a problem? If pedos are a problem, it shouldn't matter what party we're talking about. We should be against it. We should be fighting against it and tooth and nail, no matter which party we're talking about. Are grapists a problem? If they are, we should be fighting against it no matter who. We shouldn't be defending one person and freaking out about another. It's either a problem or it's not. If you think money in politics is a problem, you shouldn't be okay with the money in politics on your side because it's helping your side. Agreeing on fundamentals and working on them is a very simplistic and idealistic view for some topics. It depends on the topic. I agree. As an independent, I can't get libs to engage in civil dialogue. What do you mean by civil dialogue? I disagree with that statement. It depends what you're talking about. I don't think there are certain things that need to be, that we can be civil about. The rights, respect, and dignity of marginalized communities, I'm not going to be civil about it. There's nothing to be civil. That's my line. That's my fundamental line. There's nothing to discuss there. All people, no matter your race, religion, gender, or identity, deserve rights, respect, dignity, and safety. That's a line. If what you're talking to me about goes against that line, there's nothing to talk about. The talk is over. Then you're a part of the problem? No, the problem is we can't agree on fundamentals. Okay, how do you think I can have a conversation with you about the existence of the trans community? What discussion can we have about that? Trans men are men, trans women are women. There's nothing else to discuss. I know you think there is, but there's not. And I have nothing to talk to about that. If your perspective makes survival impossible for people who are poor or marginalized, and when I say that, you ignore it and make an excuse, there's nothing to talk about. Because you don't care about those people. The only way to have a real conversation is to start from a fundamental beginning of understanding and agreement. That's why conversation doesn't happen anymore. Because as a whole, so you disregard science and claim they are the problem. See? No, I disregard your perspective. And I listen to people. See, Jake, you're pointing out one thing and ignoring the reason that those kind of things exist. You're ignoring the fact that marginalized communities have been treated horribly in this country. Nope. That's an opinion. That's your opinion. And your opinion goes against my fundamentals. So there's nothing to talk about. You have no clue what it's like to be a trans man or woman. So how can you tell them what their life experience is wrong? Them being trans does not hurt you. Doesn't hurt anybody. What does hurt them is rhetoric that others them, that makes them lesser human beings. That's what's dangerous. Disregard. Nope. 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 See, you're doing it again. You are ignoring the lived realities of people. Science would actually disagree with you. Called gender dysphoria. That's a real thing. The real scientific thing. Just because you don't like it or agree with it doesn't matter. No, it does not hurt if they're allowed in women's sports. It is not a mental disorder. You're more of a mental disorder than they are. It's who they are. No, it's not exactly what it is. Trans men are men. Trans women are women. That's exactly what it is. It is not deemed a mental disorder by the American Psychiatric Association. No, your delusion, you're the one who is in delusion because you don't understand what it means to be a trans man or a trans woman. Saying it is a mental disorder doesn't make it true. Yeah. Trans men and trans women have been competing in sports for a long time, and it's never actually hurt anybody. Why? They are women, Eddie. Yes, they have. Trans men and women have been competing in sports for literally centuries. It's very easy to verify for someone who's not afraid of facing the truth. You wouldn't know truth if it hit you in the face. Realistically, the issue with any politician is the system as a whole. There can be no good politician because the system doesn't support one, in the sense of, like, you may have a prime minister of a US state or something, and while they have far more power than you will ever have, they also can't do shit without having like 20 other people in power agree with them. That's true. That's true. Keep ignoring science. I'm not ignoring science. I know tons of scientists and people in the healthcare field. You're the only one ignoring science and reality. Why would we abolish the US government? Then we'd have anarchy, which would be worse for most people. Science tells you that gender is not the same as sex. Yeah. Why, if they are women, why put trans in front of it? Because it means something. Basically, a trans woman is a woman who was not assigned female at birth. Nobody loves anarchy. What's up, Scott? No, there are plenty of women that are born without wombs. It literally happens often. Gosh. Had a meeting, had to walk the dog. What are we discussing? Oh, Heather, it's just getting interesting. No, actually, anarchy overtime would not be better than this. So my biggest issues with politics is 90% of anyone who says they're willing to debate don't actually want to debate. They just want to yell their opposition. Yes, that's why I don't debate anymore. Holthran. Even if they're on the same side, like instead of Democrat and Republican going, let me see what you think this way and what strong argument may have. Think about 90% just shouting, nuh-uh. Yep. That's why I've got that's why I've got emotes that say nuh-uh. I look extremely miserable. No, I'm good. I've never debated, at least not in the way that they want to debate. I'm more than willing to have a conversation. I don't debate. Conversations require agreeing on fundamentals. Oh, I'm definitely tired. Smash the private healthcare system. I would love it. You think I'm doing what I'm doing because I get paid? That's kind of dumb. It's an mRNA vaccine. It's a kind of vaccine. Does it work the same way as other ones? Yeah. Doesn't make it any less a vaccine. Okay, Teddy. Has one ever been created before that one? Okay. You can think you got me all you want. I don't care. There you go. There you go. That one kid. Vintage answered it for you. See, that's what being a community. I also personally believe that instead of looking for things we disagree on, look at what we can agree on, which is what I try. And that's the crazy thing. Everyone wants solar, everyone wants cheaper bills. The problem is right now right now identity politics is so bad that what's happening when I try and have a conversation is I get told that it's just the other side that's the problem. And that usually comes from Republicans, but there are some people on the left that do it too. So we don't end up actually being able to have a conversation. I disagree that none of them care about American citizens right now, but healthcare is a human right. A strong dictator? No, thank you. Yes, it is. I would argue that you're refusing to listen to others too, Terry. But again, I don't have conversations with people that believe things that are against my fundamentals. You're speaking in opinions. Just because you say it's a human right doesn't make it a human right. Well, yeah, obviously. What about the people that have diabetes not because of their choices in life? What about me who's got Parkinson's? I didn't do anything to cause it. I'm not talking about the Constitution. I'm talking about humanity. That's different. I'm not saying it says anywhere in the Constitution that healthcare is a right that is protected by the Constitution. I'm saying it's a human right. Humanity owes you nothing. Disagree. I think people that have humanity realize that humanity and society owe each other everything. I know socialized medicine is better. Who said free? Never said free once. Literally never said free. Ever. Both sides draw the line in the sand. That's what fundamentals are. Everyone should have a line in the sand. The fact that we can't come to an agreement on the line of the sand is why we can't have conversations about some things. You're going to pay for what you consider human rights. I think society should make things that are human rights available and affordable. No, we just need to come to an agreement on the line in the sand. And you're right. There will be some people that I will never be able to have a discussion with. And that's just a reality. My victimhood, I got no victimhood. I'm not a victim. I'm a white Christian, cis white Christian. I'm not a victim in anything. Society should pay, so you want freebies. You understand how taxes work, right? You already get a lot of freebies if that's how you look at things. Yeah, cisgender. I identify as the gender that I was assigned at birth. If you pay for health insurance, your health care is paid for by other people. Healthcare is not a privilege. The Constitution does not always need to be. I disagree. Healthcare should be a right, is a right, and should be a right, and should be treated as a right. Gotta feel bad to. You think I care what you guys think about me? Could give a rat's ass what you guys think about me. I think it's hilarious that you guys lack humanity and empathy so much that you come into my live and just show every single day how horrible of a human being you actually are. It's sad. I feel bad for you guys.
You're bringing me up right at the end?
I didn't have much company today.
Oh, okay. How you doing, everyone? I'm sorry I was busy as hell this morning. Life has gotten in the way. I don't like it when life gets in the way.
Where does socialism work? No country has actually tried socialism.
They seem to be hung up that there's not something in the Constitution that says it's a right. Fair enough. Fair enough. So it should be a right. I mean, you people are just playing semantics here. You're playing games.
Yet you post content to show just what a. Okay.
Well, that's an illuminating thought, Terry. Thank you.
It is funny to me that they think that I care what someone who lacks empathy and humanity thinks.
Well, it's even more amusing to hear a person on that side of the fence, a Trump cult member, saying that you are brainwashed. Okay.
Ad hominem attacks have no power. Yes, Foxy. Yeah. Again, look. You can't have empathy for someone. Please understand what empathy is.
I like empathy for you. Pay some taxes. Talk about missing the point.
Yep. You can lack sympathy for me, but I'm not looking for sympathy. Healthcare was cheap before insurance companies. I mean, healthcare was cheaper before our healthcare became a commodity. Sure. Actually, our Congress uses the Affordable Care Act to get their healthcare. Just want to make sure that we're all under the same page here. They don't get different healthcare. They may get more covered, but they get their healthcare through the ACA. When did I say free? Modification is different than free. When your goal is to make profit, as opposed your goal is to pay your bills. Your government needs to go home and take care of your own people. I 100% agree, Frank. It's group hallucinatory. We talked about it a little bit, Vintage. The reason that so many people, when we originally started talking about universal health care, Medicare for all, the reason the word free was used a lot is for us, for people that are used, for the country that's used to paying health care, the reason it feels free is we already pay our premiums. That's part of, we budget that in. The problem, not only that the premiums are too high at this moment, But the other problem is because of things like deductibles, we end up paying past the premiums. So to some extent, it feels free. There's that feeling of it. It was used in certain conversations as the idea of free. You lack empathy for those being oppressed in other countries. Prove it. Who's being oppressed? What people are being oppressed? That you believe that I am lacking empathy for. I think the biggest hiccup with people in understanding universal anything is some people, regardless of what party you represent, as you can be a Democrat and still be anti-free college, is they take the term free too literal. Correct. That is absolutely true. They take the term too literal. Totally agree. Doesn't totally work in Canada or anything that has it. Well, we've had people from Canada in here and they love it. Is it perfect? No, but they love it.
Plus, putting it that way begs the issue. The issue isn't whether a universal health care plan is perfect. The issue is, would it be better than what we have now? That's the issue on the table. Is it better than what we have now? Because right now, the insurance companies make about a 15 to 20% of your premium is pure profit. Then there are the transaction costs that get involved, all the paperwork involved with the insurance companies. Also, if you want to change your job, you can't. You have to stay at a job you may hate because you need to keep the health care. Health care would be totally portable under a universal health care system. So it's a lot cheaper in the long run. It's a lot cheaper.
You just agreed we should come home and just take care of our own people. Yeah, that has nothing to do with empathy. I really suggest you learn what empathy is before you put words in my mouth, because nothing of what you said has anything to do with empathy. I empathize with trans people. That doesn't mean what you think it means. I empathize with a lot of people because I have empathy. And I do what I can, what we're capable of doing to help people. And Colonel, you pay for your own. You don't have if you have health insurance, you pay for other people's health care already. Again, I don't think you guys realize how insurance works. Yes, the problem is insurance is private and for profit. And they care more about making money for their stockholders than they do about getting us healthy. Hey, Shug. Before you got on, we had Captain up and we talked about how insurance works. Again, insurance is a pot. Every insurance company is a pot that we all pay into. Quality is the goal, but they hate us coming together. Who hates us coming together? Stop paying copays and premiums and instead had slightly higher taxes. It's universal health care. Yep. Correct. Why would they pay under a one health insurance system? They still own their practices. They just only have to go to one place to get paid. Again, you guys don't seem to understand how this works. I don't understand how you cannot understand how this works. No, the problem is insurance companies shouldn't exist. As long as insurance companies' goal is profit for stockholders, we will never get out of this downward spiral that we're in. As long as people's health are commodified, we will always suffer from this, and it will continue to get worse. The real issue for healthcare isn't that it takes too long to see a doctor, but how the medical field is designed as a whole. Like nurses are trained to know 90% of all symptoms in the world. That's why they know how to do the right tests on you to get the most accurate results. The issue is that legally they just can't give you the results. They have to hand off the notepad to a doctor to say it for them. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of issues with our healthcare system as a whole. Insurance of all sorts are what got us there. It's not technically the healthcare system, it's the insurance. So it's the idea that a doctor is more educated, so his ability to give you the right say things correctly and make sure everything's right is supposedly better, which prevents from being sued if something doesn't happen that's perfect. And that's a totally different problem. The ability to sue, the way suing has become such a natural part of society is also a problem. It's also a problem. I mean, we expect perfection from people, and these doctors have to get millions upon millions upon millions of dollars worth of insurance to protect themselves from ever making a mistake. And that's not okay either.
Oh, I couldn't agree with you more, and I've been on both sides of that fence, Mike. We definitely need tort reform in this country. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be on the agenda.
Well, again, what does it come down to? Voting in the primaries. That right there is all the reasons we were talking about are why it's expensive. It's not one thing. It's insurance companies needing to make a profit. It's the commodification of people's health. It's the way our healthcare system has adjusted to the realities of that. And it's tort reform, lack of tort reform. It's all of it. This is why we keep saying it's not anyone who says that we just do one thing and that'll fix all the problems is lying. There are a dozen things that all need to be looked at and worked on at the exact same time if we want to actually fix it. Just going for Medicare for all will not fix all the problems. It will fix some problems, but it won't fix all of them. It's a first step, though. We got to do something. It's the same thing I've been saying for weeks now. Right now, the response is always, unless we can do it perfectly, then we shouldn't do anything. We're never going to get it perfect. But this isn't working. We need to do something. Going backwards is not an option. But even competition, yes, competition in some cases is okay, but competition when it comes to, again, people's health and what I would consider people's rights just causes companies to try and do things as cheaply as possible, which doesn't help people's health outcomes. When you turn 80 and need a bypass procedure, good luck under universal health. From everyone that I've met in places where universal health exists, that's where you want to be for a bypass procedure. They get it like that. I don't know where you're getting your information, but for big things like that in universal health systems, you get it instantly. Because universal health systems make decisions based on necessity, and a bypass is a big necessity. It just boggles my mind. I cannot, guys, you're talking big things. Talk about small things with 6 month to a year wait. What small things? Again, we've got people in Canada here that are saying that it's great. They love it. And I'm talking big things because someone else brought up big things. US spends more on social safety programs per capita than every other country but France. Okay. You want to know why we spend so much? Because we've allowed people to not get paid living wages, because we've allowed companies, we've deregulated everything to make it so there are more people that are living paycheck to paycheck, barely surviving than ever before. Greedy? They're not greedy. Well, you know it. There's Purple Martin here who lives in Canada, and their experience wasn't yours. Wasn't your friends. So again, one experience doesn't make it everywhere. Is Canada perfect? No, it's not. Can we do things that help? Yes, we can. Should we be updating? Should we just take someone else's system and just carbon copy it? I wouldn't. I would look at what they're doing, what's working, what's not working, and see what changes we can make to make our system better. What's the new American dream for a lot of people who are going into the system right now? Survival. I think that's the new American dream. Being able to afford to survive, which is sad. Go to medical school and stop complaining. Who can afford medical school? I'm not talking about my American dream. I'm talking about the American dream. How many years has he promised a better plan? 10 or more? 2 weeks. One thing they never mention is people unaliving from private insurance denial. Yup. US is too far gone. It's not too far gone. It's we are too far into it for an easy fix. No fix we do is going to be easy, but too far gone ignores what's my American dream: to make this country a better place for my daughter to grow up in, and grandkids if I'm lucky enough to have them. That's my American. To make a country where people my kids' age and younger can thrive, not just survive. That's my American dream. Be more specific. No. Why would I move my family to England? I'm American. Although I would love to live in England. Americans are allowed here. Fair. I think our law enforcement needs to be revamped too. Again, there are tons of issues. So many freaking issues, guys. Like, it's not new. So many freaking issues. Working overtime today. Yeah, I started a little bit late because I had to bring my daughter to the doctor. There are tons of issues. And here's the thing. We need to be able to have these kind of conversations. You should know that England doesn't have air conditioning, but it's very pretty. Yeah, well, they're suffering right now. Dissolve cop unions? I disagree with dissolving any unions. I think we need more unions. But I believe that we need to reimagine and reform the way we do law enforcement in America. I think one of the reasons that we as a country have suffered is because of the dissolving of unions. You must be tired. Oh, this isn't bad. I used to stream for like, people on Twitch can tell you that we used to watch me. I used to stream 8 to 10 hours a day. When conversation's good, the only thing that makes me tired is dealing with people that don't want to actually talk about things. They just want to say that they lack humanity. Cop unions break up. And again, that's not to say any union is good. Like, all unions are good. Sure, there could be problems with the way police unions are set up right now. But I just think maybe it's more we need to be careful of what we say. We need to fix things. How do you fund healthcare? How do you stop the corruption and fraud so good people get what they need? Same way you already do. And how do you fund healthcare? The same way we fund it right now. It's just we're all giving it to one pot as opposed to giving a corporation whose goal is to make profit. Yeah, there are a lot of things in this country right now that make pretend. There are so many people that could pay for their own that would be free up for those who need. What? I'm really confused at that statement. Fraud is not causing people to not be able to get, people who need it can't get it because of insurance companies and the cost of insurance premiums, not because of fraud. Who's paying for healthcare. I agree it's messed up, but you can't force doctors. It certainly is not fraud and misuse. If there's any fraud, it's insurance companies that are frauds. Not not people that are trying to get care.
Well, I know Captain's in here today. Didn't he speak on that? I mean, he's an expert,
We spoke on it
obviously, on
today
fraud.
already.
Yeah, there's not that much fraud.
Nope.
Not nearly as much as people think there is.
Minnesota and Maine and all over the country. Uh-huh. There you go. Like I said, pretending. No, you're just saying what you heard on Fox News. And again, are you ever fully going to stop fraud? No, that's why you have people like Captain who investigate fraud claims, and you catch them and you prosecute them.
What I don't get is why somebody who's been in the business of ferreting out fraud for 20 plus years isn't believed when he said that it's a problem, but not a massive problem, percentage wise.
I saw it when I worked in transportation in Maine. You saw what when you worked in transportation in Maine? What does that have to do with healthcare? What does that have to do with health insurance? It's so weird. Medical transportation for main care recipients abusing the system. How do you think that it was abusing the system? How in what way didn't they need it? Who gets to decide whether they need it or not? Your opinion? That you who gets to decide who needs it or not? Yo, Captain will help you out. As a 61-year-old Canadians living on border with us, I know no one who crossed for healthcare. We get money out of politics. Oh yeah, getting money out of politics would benefit everybody. Everybody. No question. But it's capped. Yeah, its premiums are capped at like $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 nowadays. Like deductibles. Deductibles aren't capped. Not to the point where people can afford it. People with Medicaid going to the hospital instead of a doctor. I don't know. Yeah, if everyone had universal health care, when people started feeling bad, they would go to a doctor and not go to emergency room where they had to get, where they're required to be treated. There you go, pretending these aren't problems taking away from others who need it. Prove that they're taking away from others who need it. How are they taking away from others who need it? Who decided that they don't need it? You? Again, we're sitting here talking about things that it's like what I'm seeing is a lot of people coming in deciding who deserves to be taken care of and who doesn't. I'm saying everyone deserves to be taken care of. It can work, and it has worked in a lot of places. We need better oversight, but shutting it all down to avoid any fraud isn't the solution. Correct. Absolutely correct. Again, if your goal is to never have fraud, then nothing's ever going to get done. Ever. Who said free? When did anyone say free? Main care isn't free. Everybody pays into main care, just like everyone would pay into single payer healthcare. Why do y'all keep using the word free? No, the user pays into it too. Via taxes. In Maine. People that pay taxes in Maine pay into Maine care. Have I said anything specifically about Republicans today since you've been here, Scott?
No, disappointing, but you haven't. You're correct.
So
You're just talking about the system, and apparently somebody thought that you were complaining about Republicans.
maybe if you're hearing Republicans when I talk about stuff needing to get fixed, maybe the problem is you. Maybe the problem is Republicans. Maybe you know where the problem is. You just don't want to admit it. I don't really care what label you put next to your name. I care about fixing the problem. Healthcare is a problem in this country. Lack of accessibility, lack of affordability. Boom. That's it. That's the problem. I can give a rat's ass what letter's next to your name. If your goal is to help fix the problem, I'm all for it. But if you're just going to come in here and say it won't work when there is literal proof that it does work and it does help, there's nothing to talk about. Healthcare is already a pool of money paying for everyone. Taxes are paying for those who cannot. No, healthcare is a bunch of different pools of money going to a private company whose goal is to make profit, then deciding what level of care we are allowed to get. No, healthcare is not a privilege, just like a driver's license. Not in my opinion, at least. Even more basic question, why are so many people getting sick and needing care? I mean, that's a whole lot of reasons, Foxy. There's a food problem, it's a stress problem, it's a job problem, it's a lack of healthcare problem. You're not getting free money. Again, who said getting free money? Literally, when did I say free money? Accessible and affordable. Yes, but jobs providing it doesn't make it affordable. You guys cannot seem to wrap your heads around that. Healthcare is not affordable. What's affordable? What people can afford. Am I speaking a different language here? Like,
Folks, you do know that insurance companies make 20% profit on the premiums. So you would be saving that money right off Jump Street. I mean, you do know that, right? And the transaction costs for Medicare, which is a universal system for people over 65, and Captain can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe is about 1% of premium. So it's a huge savings right off Jump Street. And then you add the fact that it's portable, so you don't have to stay in a job that you hate just to have health care. And then you add the societal benefit of having a healthier society. That's immeasurable.
so you want to defend the doctors and nurses? Do you dictate how much a nurse should earn? It wouldn't dictate it any more than it does right now. We're not talking about private practices or hospitals, even though I could argue that hospitals shouldn't be private. There have been tons of plans put out. No one's playing pretend. You're the only one who's playing pretend. You're trying to pretend that the current system we have is good and works. That's the only pretend that's happening right now. Cindy, most of them won't, unfortunately. When it comes down to it, most of them won't. No, it actually doesn't work. Like, literally doesn't work. No, the current system does not save lives and does not provide quality and affordable care for a majority of the people. A lot of people have health care, but it doesn't actually save their lives or, no, not quality. Some of the worst health outcomes compared to the rest of the world.
Matt, just a simple question for you, and I'm not playing gotcha, just a simple question because I'm interested in your opinion on this. How would a universal healthcare system diminish quality? You seem to be implying that. Could you explain how?
You want healthcare is not free for Canadians. Why not go back to Europe? I'm not European.
Well, Matt answered my question. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. He answered the question saying long waits for care. Well, we have a lot of people from Canada and the United Kingdom in here today, and they're denying what you're saying, Matt.
And
they've lived under a national healthcare system for some time.
And people
letting old people die? You're saying that's what they do in Canada and Great Britain? They just let them die? I mean, where are you hearing this, Matt?
Fox News. Blame Fox News. I mean, Newsmax, New York Post. Like, I can name a bunch of places that they get it. It's not reality. Again, Matt, you aren't listening to the Canadians that are in this chat that are telling you that what you're saying isn't reality. That's fine. Believe what you want, but when there are people in here from Canada, they're telling you what you're saying is bullshit.
Well, Matt says we need more depth other than your chat. You know what, Matt? You do have a point. So let's get going on it then. Let's get going on working out a universal health care plan. Let's get going on it. Because every other industrialized country has it. Why shouldn't we?
30% tax is fine. I refuse to pay 46%. Again, it's not about the percentage, it's what you get with it. Right now, we're getting very little as a whole for what we're paying, which is why people are angry. They also buy their own insurance. No, they do not buy their own insurance on top of universal health care. Most people do not. Wealthy people.
Matt,
maybe,
you say, Matt, you say that we're hypocrites. Could you explain how we're being hypocrites? I'd be curious as to your thoughts on that. How are we being hypocritical for talking about universal health care?
Really,
what's hypocritical about that?
We have asked them. We've talked to Canadians. There are Canadians in the chat right now. We've had Canadians up in our live talking about their insurance. You are choosing not to listen to any of them. I appreciate that, TikTok user. I'm actually about to get off. I probably should have gotten off a while ago, but we were in conversation, and sometimes I just can't not be talking. So if you Google waiting times for healthcare in Canada is different from what you are saying. Are you talking to us? I don't get my answers from Google. Oh my gosh.
Well, you knew that was coming. Here we go. Well, Matt, you just blew your credibility.
Yep. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Why is that? Because you just went on to something else. You literally went on this whole thing about Canada. Canadians are telling you, and instead of actually being like, you know what, maybe I was wrong about that, you started bringing up AB, which has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Again, not what we're talking about. The conversation up until the point that you moved the goalposts had nothing to do with that. You're just don't want to talk about other health cares because Other people are in here telling you that you're bullshit. So why would we believe anything you're saying past that? It's disingenuous. Everything you have done up until this point is disingenuous, because when you are proven wrong, you move your goalpost. No, 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 no. You aren't just asking questions. You're trying for gotchas to prove your point that has already been shown to be false. You're trying to get a gotcha again. You don't want conversation, because when conversation moves to a point where you are going to proven to be wrong, instead of admitting you're wrong and saying, you know, maybe I've got a different question. This is a problem that I have. You came in saying I had a problem with this. Sure, whatever. But you're not saying that.
That's a separate issue, Matt. You don't see that?
Missing Matt's credibility. Please contact the host if you have information on its whereabouts. Oh, its whereabouts are long gone. And again, a man should not be telling a woman what they should or shouldn't do with their body and what's necessary. Bar none. Hard stop. Ever. Like ever. You wouldn't like it if women were telling you what you had to do with your body. You have no right to tell others. Shut them down. Shut down men who talk about women's bodies. Yeah, I'll shut them down. There is a skew to what's being said. No, they're giving their experiences. The people that live in Canada. You've seen much. Again, when did I say that Canada's health insurance was perfect? I have actually never specifically brought up Canada. Other people are bringing up. I have a voice to your voice. Not when it comes to women's bodies, it doesn't. Not when it comes to a woman's body, it doesn't. Not a pretend. You are a man. You have no right to tell a woman what they can or can't do with their own body. You wouldn't want it on yourself. You have no right to do it to others. It's not a pretend. That's a fact.
Matt, it's also a fact that you've moved the goalpost and changed the subject of conversation. Don't you see how you did that? Because we noticed.
There is no funding discussion. The funding is the easiest part of all of this. You just don't like it. All of the money that people are putting into their health insurance right now would, less of it, but it would just go into a tax, which would go into a pool, which is what health insurance is. A pool is cosmetic surgery healthcare too. Is it healthcare? It can be. Is it healthcare that's covered under a universal system, under a single payer Medicare system? I would say probably not in most cases. But if a doctor says that it is necessary, sure. That would be up to the doctor to decide, not you or me. You would have to give a reason for something to be medically necessary. Why do you think the government wouldn't steal that money through fraud and create bad systems? Absolutely, they can. That's why we need to keep doing work and making it better and not sticking with the same thing that's already not working. The current system's not working. Why are we keeping a system that is currently not working going and not doing anything about it? If healthcare is a right, shouldn't I get what? First off, one's a human right, one's a constitutional right. Completely different. Why would we give them more money if we knew the insurance companies are stealing money from millions of Americans? It's called regulation. You put regulation in. If you dissolve it and UHS doesn't work, then you really have a mess. Well, history and other data from around the world shows UHC does work. But yeah, if there are problems, then you fix them. You do things. You make changes. Well, I get a bunch of dumb questions. Yep. No, we don't have regulations. Not really. Not anymore. They've gotten rid of most of them. They've been getting rid of regulations since Reagan. That's what Republicans do, is get rid of regulations. That's what they're best at. They love it. They love to deregulate. Because for some reason they've convinced us. They've convinced their supporters that the free market by its very existence will make things work. And that doesn't work.
And by the way, speaking of deregulation, the FCC has now lifted the ban on the size of media mergers. What a shock. And we all know what that's going to lead to. That's just breaking today.
Oh no, I said Republicans. That's true. I did now. But you know. Yep, more monopolies. Woohoo! Oh, absolutely Republicans are making fraud legal. Are you kidding me? Literally, this entire administration has been the legality of fraud. A free $400 million jet. It has been reported that the United States has stock in 30 companies. And how did they get them? By threatening them. By threatening to sanction them, to tariff them, to not give them, you know, the benefits of the SEC or FDA or any whatever other place if they didn't give it. What regulations exact? You don't care about exact. Don't pretend you care. I hate when they say exact because you don't care about exact. First time caller, what's the community line? What's the community here like? And are you a talented singer? Tav, I have sung before. I have sung before. No, I don't believe you do care. I don't believe you do care. Because if you cared, you would be so fucking upset about what this administration is doing and want to get away from it in every sense of the word. If you cared. No, you don't care about a real. If you wanted a real example, you could find it. Because they have been deregulating our society and capitalism for the last. When would Reagan become president? In the 70s? Early 70s? '80s? Whenever Reagan became president.
Reagan became president in 1980. 81, he actually became president.
There you go. I'm making a lot of money. I'm loving it. Oh, well, nice that you don't care about anybody else. Again, if you cared about examples, you could easily find examples. If the only reason you are willing to believe us is if we can give you examples that you are willing to accept, then you don't care about examples. I only care about my family and close friends. Correct. So you lack humanity and empathy. Got it. Thank you.
By the way, I can answer the question that the person asked before. Well, be specific, but he didn't care. But even though you're being disingenuous, I'll still answer your question. The FCC rule for ever and ever, amen, since there was an FCC, was major media companies could only reach 39% of the American TV households. Now that cap has been lifted. And this is all about the Time Warner merger with Paramount.
Get the date. Oh my gosh. That's literally all you have. And you know what? If there was fraud there, they were caught. How do you even know? Like, how do you know about any of the fraud going on in Minnesota? Because they were arrested. Dimwat.
Which, by the way, sort of proves the system works, right, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
They caught them.
How about
They caught them. They committed fraud. They got caught.
How about Nancy Pelosi stock trading then? What about Nancy Pelosi stock trading? What about it? Put her in jail.
Actually, it was her husband, who is a stockbroker, but that's neither here nor there. He's a financier. At any rate, since you're bringing the subject up, what about the $2.2 billion Trump made in 2025 alone? What do you think about that? What are your thoughts on that? And keep it specific to Donald Trump. What are your thoughts on Donald Trump making $2.2 billion in 2025? Just on trading alone. What are your thoughts on that? 1.6 billion of that came from crypto.
Didn't Martha Stewart go to jail for insider trading? Didn't she? I thought so.
Yeah, she did.
Oh yeah. The Truth so Trump is now selling early access to announcements on Truth Social for the downright tiny cost of $100,000 a month.
Yeah, for $1.2 billion, you too can be an insider trader. Talk about the corruption being right out in front of you. So what do you people think about that? That's my question. I hear you talk about Nancy Pelosi. That's peanuts. What about Donald Trump? I want to hear you criticize Donald Trump. You won't do it, though, will you?
J-Man, Matt's gone. I know you wouldn't. I've been reading everyone's comments. He's gone and he's not coming back. So you're good. Literally already did. The Iran war is stupid. That's not. So you think just saying it's stupid is criticizing him? Would you vote for anyone who supported the war in Iran? Would you still vote for someone who supported the war in Iran?
Okay, interesting. That's a start. You don't like the war in Iran. Fair enough. What about, you didn't answer my question, though. What about the $2.2 billion that Donald Trump made in 2025 alone? That doesn't even go into 2026. What about the $2.2 billion that Donald Trump has made? What about the $1.6 billion in crypto profits that he's made when everybody else lost money on it? What do you think about that?
Elected Democrats support the war. Yeah. And I have been trying to get people to go primary elected Democrats and Republicans. But no one wants to do it. Y'all just want to go in here and complain. And I'm sick of it. We voted Abdul in the primary. Yeah, that's one person. You want change? We need a whole hell of a lot more people. Progressives did not win in a lot of primaries. Because only 15 to 25% of the voting public gets out and votes in primaries. Because people don't actually pay attention or care about primaries. Why aren't they winning? No, because people don't vote. $50,000 people on average are voting in districts that have over 750,000 people in them. 50,000. Yeah, that's the entire state. I'm talking about the House of Representatives. Statewide is different. Statewide elections are always a little different. Now his business, yeah.
Wow.
Because of fraud.
Wow. His businesses are doing well. And why do you think that is?
Because
Has he all of a sudden at the age of 80 developed a business acumen that heretofore didn't exist? Or is it the fact that he's now the president of the United States and he's open to selling insider information? Which is it? What do you think? Maybe he's gotten some good business sense at the age of 80. Wow, that's great.
No, all people need to get out and vote if we want change. Not just young people. All people. Oh, Rob just knows everything. It's a good thing Rob's here. Whew. What would we do without Rob, who knows everything? What are you acting like Democrats aren't literally known for? Almost all politicians right now are known for insider trading. It's not just Democrats. Republicans are just as well known for insider trading and grape, but we won't go there. A lot more than you, sure you do. No, progressives aren't winning because people aren't getting out and voting. How can you say that progressives aren't winning just because a certain group of people aren't getting out and voting when only 15% of the people are getting out and voting? Actually, it's actually worth arguing about who's better, because both can suck and one can suck less. Because one party doesn't lack humanity. Again, I will describe it the same way I always do. You've got two rooms. One's the Republican Party, one's the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is a mess, a pigsty. Needs to be cleaned up. Need a clean house. Need a clean house. The Republican side is the same level of messiness, but they got a giant pile of shit that's on fire in the center of it.
Or you can put it another way, Mike. One party believes in democracy, the other doesn't.
And your opinion on independence? I mean, as one who's been an independent my entire life, it depends what you do with it. if you choose not to vote because you don't like either party, you're also part of the problem. No, both parties are not absolute dog shit right now.
They didn't have a primary because the primary season was over. Jesus. Biden stepped down in June of 2024. Were you under a rock at that time?
They didn't have a...
They couldn't have had a primary.
They're not having a real primary to replace the candidate for South Carolina senator. Are you going to get on them? They forced him to sit down because he pretended he wasn't senile. Yeah. We forced him to step down because he should not have ran in the first place. That's what you do. That's what we should all be doing. It was still past the primary season. And since the Democratic Party, just like the Republican Party, are corporations and actually can choose their nominee however they want, there is nothing in the Constitution that decides how a political party, corporation, chooses its candidates. Who cares? People still deserve a choice.
What do you mean, who cares? You tell me, George, how they could have done it. I would have loved to have seen an entire primary season. I would have loved it if Joe Biden, after the 2022 midterms, had said, look, we overperformed. I'm leaving the stage to a new, younger generation. I would have loved that, but it didn't happen. Am I happy with Joe Biden about that? No, I'm not. I blame him for a lot. But how could that have happened, George? How possibly could they have had a primary for president when the goddamn convention was a month away?
Floyd, that's a dumbass statement. Democrats they're a corporation. They aren't actual people. There was 100 something days from the moment that she accepted the nomination for her to run for office, and you expected the country to do a full out fucking primary again in all states? Easy to do a camp? No, it's not easy to do a campaign.
No, it is not easy to do because you have to have a buy-in from the states. Do you have any conception of how elections work?
No, he doesn't.
Do you have any conception how that actually works? No, you don't.
All you have to do is social media.
Fucking idiot.
No, we won't calm down. Shut up and go away. Nope. Yep.
Nope. I actually get a kick out of that. I like him now.
Again. Why do Democrats?
Why do they want to be communist? Wow. Hey, tell me you didn't get out of the 8th grade without telling me you didn't get out of the 8th grade. By the way, just for shits and giggles, why don't you define communism for us?
Oh, please.
That ought to be good.
Love it. Please define it. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate it. Where did it come from? They're just... Dune, these people just come in and do this all the time. This is the world that I live in right now. We'll never actually see real change in our life to get mad about. What? if 1 calorie equals 4.184 joules, how many kilojoules? What?
No. Wow. Well, George is on a roll today.
Democrats are, you don't even know what that means, and communites isn't a word. But thank you for playing.
No, he also said Democrat.
Oh, I know.
Well, it's them there Democrats. They is communists. Well, Jethro, why don't you tell us what a communist is?
I just vote green and call it a day. So you are part of the problem. You don't actually want things fixed. DSA isn't a thing. It's a group of people. No one is DSA. Just like no one are Republicans. It's a corporation or a group. They aren't actually people. Stop it with the dumbass identity politics. We are a two-party system. The only way we are going to fix the two-party system is through the two-party system. If you think that magically a third party is going to form and will actually fix anything, you are in denial. This system is set up so that no other party can actually exist. There is no escaping that. Without a constitutional amendment. What's up, Shug? I'm just going to keep going because I don't care anymore.
Yo, what's up?
Get off the live
How's
stream
it going?
and go study? The fuck are you talking about?
Can y'all hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you good.
I'm
What's up? What's up?
sitting here in just utter shock at the dumbass statements that are coming out of people's fingers.
Yeah.
When spending $1 billion+ to become president. I mean, again, you're not going to sit here and convince me that we've got a problem that we
Mike,
don't
in case you're wondering what George is getting at, he's says your low IQ is what he's getting at. Well, thank you, George, because if there's one thing that you've proven today is that you have a superior IQ.
You're right. There used to be a Whig party, but the party in the end just changed its name. We didn't add a third party. When one party goes away, another one takes its place.
Yeah, the Whigs went away, and in 1856, the Republican Party was born and subsumed most of the Whigs.
So you should vote DSA and want more government control and involvement? No. Never said that. Never said you should vote DSA. I don't agree with the DSA on everything. But I do think we need change. And right now, establishment Democrats aren't doing that. Republicans aren't really doing that. At all. And if you vote third party, you're just keeping, I'm a normal Democrat mark. I'm not anybody's mark. I don't vote based on anything other than whether or not what they stand for aligns with my fundamentals and is direction that I want to go, or at least aligns most with my fundamentals and where I want the country to go. Hey, Papatel. Of the 4 pictures, George, which is the giraffe? The nice thing about going live for a while is I'm starting to get more people over on Twitch, which is fun. But how you doing, Shug? How's life treating you? Where are you from? I'm from Spain. I live in North Carolina. Can't do anything because they threatened with what?
I think he was getting at Peter Thiel.
Probably. Problem is the Democratic Party is too divided. The Democratic Party is just a tent. The Democratic Party by its very self has no authority. We, the voters, decide what the Democratic Party looks like if we get out and vote. There are lots of people that aren't DSA, but they aren't establishment Democrats that were running that aren't winning their primaries because 15% are coming out. What are my ideologies? All people, no matter your race, religion, gender, or identity, deserve rights, respect, dignity, and safety. That is my ideology. The Dem Party, I mean, to an extent, I would, depending on the specific thing you're talking about. I think there is division in the Democratic Party too, just like there's division in the Republican Party. Sadly, of course, people will debate it. Yep, that is an unfortunate reality.
Well, Mike, I'll let you continue with our good friend Shug, and if you could drop me down, I've got an appointment I got to get to.
All right, man. Thanks for being here.
All right. Thank you for having me, as always. Thank you, chat. You're fantastic.
Biggest problem with DSA and DSA types is their messaging. If they get elected, they will learn that their extreme platform will not. And again, there's a difference between the direction, telling people the direction they would like the country to go, and in the end, what the reality is when they get in office. The fact is DSA members as a whole care about the people in their districts in a way that Republicans, MAGA, and many establishment Democrats have not shown that they care. Again, do I support the DSA? No. Just like I don't support the DNC or the RNC or MAGA. I don't specifically support anyone. I support people that want to break the status quo, make changes, and are going to fight for people, all people, not just ones that believe what they believe or what I believe. That's what I care about. Aww. Shouldn't speak about yourself like that.
Mike, I'll be with you in a second, buddy.
Yep. Does that involve more government control of citizens? What do you mean by control? Involves regulation. Regulation is necessary in society. That's the only way you help prevent extreme people from doing what they do. And the reason we got where we're at is because we got rid of regulation. Well, no. They're getting labeled as communist because the people that are saying it don't know what communism is, which is a different problem altogether. But I mean, and to be fair, people, more moderate Republicans hate being lumped in with MAGA. I mean, I can't speak for every DSA member, but I don't know of any DSA members that I've talked to that believe in showing ID to shop at grocery stores or letting the government decide your health care, your health. Now, are there DSA members out there that might believe that? Sure. None of the DSA members that I have interacted with. No, they are not doing grocery stores and having to show ID to shop there. That is propaganda that the media has put out. It has already been confirmed by Mamdani and his people that is not the case. I understand the desire for less government involvement, but the problem is there's already tons of government involvement in your everyday life. It's impossible to escape. Literally every ounce of everything that you are involved in has some form of government involved in it. Maybe not the federal government, but the state government or the local government. There's literally nothing that you do any day, anytime, anywhere that in some way has not involved the government. Nothing. I don't see a problem with communists. After all, right, that we have is particularly... most people don't actually know what it looks like to live in a communist society. I don't think a pure communist society could exist, but I don't have a problem with wanting that society. There's a lot of things actually I like about the idea of a communist society. But do I think in today's environment, in today's world, in a global economic system, we could have it? No, I don't think we could anymore. It would involve changing our global society all at the same time in order for something like that to even have a chance of working. China isn't communist. China is part capitalism, part authoritarianism. There is no communism in China. Nope. No, China is not a communist nation. Not even a little bit. Like, literally not at all. That's the land being owned by the state is not communism. No, China is not a communist country. China hasn't been communist since 1949. No, it's not. It is not a communist nation.
Mike, I believe it's pronounced China.
China. By the very definition of what communism is and how communism works, China is not communist. A communist nation with capitalist economics, that's not that that's it's what No, it's not an opinion thing. Literally the very definition of what communism is. Definition, they aren't. Can you speak with a Chinese businessman and ask him if you're a communist? He says, yes, we are communist. That doesn't mean anything. Yeah, that can't exist.
It's okay, Mike. Hang in there, brother. You're gonna make it.
Again, a party can
Oh
call
boy.
themselves whatever they want. I can say that I'm part of the purple flying frog party. That doesn't mean we believe in purple flying frogs. Unless you go to Vietnam and see how the Vietnamese live and Taiwan, you're never going to understand. There's nothing to understand. Socialism, communism, capitalism are all economic models. There is a description on, like, there is definitions on how those models work, of which China is not. Do I agree that they're socialists? They do socialism and capitalism. They do both. And they're authoritarianism more than anything at this point. The government owning all of the land is more authoritarianism than is authoritarianism. They can call themselves whatever they want, but they aren't. China is absolutely authoritarian. They sink. Oh my gosh.
No, come on, Mike. Come on. If they sing the songs, then clearly that's the make or break right there. I didn't. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know they sung the songs. Oh, that's good.
You don't probably have communists in your family. But even if you do, that doesn't mean anything. There's all right. Anyways,
So how
government. Yep.
so how does them living in the communist Soviet Union make China communist?
Or even Russia now communist, which they're
Mm-hmm.
not. like the very nature, we're just going to go the basics. Literally the very nature of communism is no one owns anything. Not the government, nobody. Now, do people turn it? Like, can it turn into something worse? Sure. Obviously it can. But communism by its very nature is a lack of ownership, and everybody, the whole society, works for the betterment of itself. Which is why you're probably never going to get communism in any country anywhere. Because we live in a society, in a global society, that would not be able to function. No country would be able to function in that kind of environment. Great work, great model, never work, elected leaders take over. Well, it never works because in general, the people that try and pretend to start it aren't really trying to start it. They're using the ideal in order to take control. Again, do I think communism should exist? I think in an ideal world, yeah, we would all be communist. I think everyone would be happy. That being said, I do not think it's possible, not without some insanely strong regulations. But again, and it's also not something that could be done easily, especially now. I would say it's probably impossible to do now. Hey, Kevin. If we combine that with a political system like the one in Laos, I think we would have a more capable people to deal with problems. Maybe. Again, I think ideally we would take things that are good and that work from different countries that are running things now, from different ideas of different societies. Like that's how a society's supposed to work. And you know, Sobi, that's a valid fear. But that's also happening right now in capitalism. It can happen in anything. Again, the protections for those come from regulations, not from the system itself. All systems, capitalism, socialism, communism, they all require strong regulations that are enforced. Which model would you say is best? I don't think any model is best by itself. I think in an ideal world, if you're talking about something that in the end would be the happiest for people, if for people to grow up in, I think communism would actually make most people happy. Do I think communism could exist again? No, because people tend to be greedy and even sometimes lazy. You're right. Communism and capitalism cannot coexist, which is why when the idea of communism came out, they specifically said you would have to go to socialism first before you could go to communism. You literally couldn't make the jump from capitalism to communism straight. It would never be possible. True communist or a modified version? I mean, again, I think if we're talking about in a perfect world, what would be the best and make people have the least stress and the happiest, I think true communism would be the best. Personally, I think a society that grows up and lives just for the benefit of others would make people the happiest, but it's not, that's just not realistic. That's not realistic. That's not realistic in this world. It's not realistic coming from where we're at right now. Post is rage, but no, I was asked a question and I'm answering the question. Honestly, from my personal perspective. How is that rage baiting? Issue is people are fucked. Exactly. And again, totally agree. I think people want to own things because we as a society have taught people that it's important for them to own things. Like, I think that is a societal thing. We should be an oligarchy? Absolutely not. The hell is that? No, thank you. We arguably already are an oligarchy. Anyways. Guys, thank you everyone that gifted. I appreciate you all, by the way. I know I don't mention it every time it happens because sometimes it comes really fast and I don't keep up. But I appreciate all of the follows, the gifts, the shares, everything. Why do you think rich people should have all the power.
Who said that?
Wilson, he thinks we should be an oligarchy.
Gotcha. Yes, Wilson, please enlighten us.
We need evolutionary change and some revolutionary change. Unfortunately, I feel like evolutionary change will not come without some revolutionary change. But I agree in the whole. No, my opinion would not change if Elon was throwing money into the DNC either. Because again, I'm not a Democrat, nor am I a Republican. I think all money should be out of politics. What part can you guys not seem to wrap your heads around?
Well, Mike, you gotta have a brain, buddy, to wrap your head around stuff.
The plain truth is today's citizens are more that want the easy road. They don't want the easy road. They want survival. They want the ability to survive. They want a job that just won't snap their fingers and fire them just because they want to make more profit.
Can we get some 07s in the chat for Wilson? He's no longer with us.
Many historical and modern groups have lived without the concept of private ownership. Exactly. Make America does work, chosen one. That's the problem. What part can't you get? A majority of the country works, and they're still not able to survive. Why can't you understand that?
Chosen, how about you go work like right now? See if there's a shift open.
I'm not a Dem or Republican either. What I have such a hard time. I would love to have a third party, Sobe. I've said it more times than I can count. I would love to get rid of the Electoral College and have ranked choice voting. Would be ecstatic. Unfortunately, the reality of our society is we cannot do that outside until we work through the two-party system to make the change. Pleading the fifth is your constitutional right, chosen one. You should all know that because the president used it over 400 times.
Wait, why is what are you on trial somewhere, chosen? What's going on? What's he pleading the fifth about?
Oh, Fauci. They're all obsessed with Fauci doing it during his congressional hearing.
Oh, okay. And he just randomly injected that in here. Why?
Because they like moving the goalposts.
I see.
Survival. Yeah. And we survived thanks to the amazing scientists and healthcare workers who helped make it possible for us to do things like mask up and get the vaccines and 6-foot distancing. That's how we survived. Thanks to all them. Thanks to the hard work of Fauci and the people in the CDC and the NIH. Who Shug and I actually know someone who helped make, I don't know if Shug knew, but we both know someone who helped make it possible.
Oh yeah, I interviewed the person.
There you go.
Actually. Yeah, I remember. Very well.
So we trust them way more than we trust all you crazies who probably think that ivermectin then bleach was the option instead. If people earn their money by working hard, how can people greed? why there should be no billionaires. When I was in high school, I worked 2 jobs and went to school full time. Me too. Shouldn't be necessary.
Yeah, definitely not in high school.
Me too. I've been working since I was 13. I've literally been working for almost 35 years of my life now. I never have not worked. People should not have to go to school and work 2 jobs to survive. How old am I? I turned 48 this year.
69 years old.
I'm gonna have the best day ever when I'm 69. On my birthday when I'm 69. Correct. Young couples both can have good jobs and still not afford housing. Yep. That is the problem.
Wait, you mean 2 things can exist at once? Get out of here.
You thought I was in my late 20s and 30s. You look great. Thank you, Sobi. I appreciate that.
It's the fire lips.
It's the fire lips. And that's the thing. You know, I have a 19-year-old daughter who I want to be able to afford to survive. I don't want, she is one of the hardest workers that I've ever met. That girl has puts her all into everything she does. And she knows that she would not be able to survive on her own. She would not be able to survive with one other person even in today's everything. The only reason that we are doing as okay as we're doing is we were able to buy right towards the end of the 2008 housing crisis. My house is worth 3 times what it was when we bought it, and interest rates are multiple percentage points higher than when we bought. And wages have not really gone up since then. Hey, Susan, what do you think about the death penalty? Personally, I think some crimes deserve it, but I don't trust the government enough to give it the power. I think we need to reform our criminal justice system and our prison system to do more work to try and reform. But if reform is not possible for someone, there's part of me that understands and is okay with it. Although there's also part of me that wants to try and help. But, you know, I'm also starting to realize that I don't know. That's a hard one for me. Oh, $1,800 a month here is a studio apartment, Aaron. Not even 1 bedroom where I am. That's a studio apartment. And Foxy, none of us are okay with those taking advantage of the system. Really. The problem is when we say, oh my gosh, YouTube is gone. I got more people on Twitch now than I do on YouTube. This is crazy. Come live in Montana. Prices are nuts. I want to go visit Montana. We need to pay a living wage. You're in North Carolina. Is the cost of living lower there? I mean, in rural areas of North Carolina that have nothing, it is. I live in a city. I live on the outskirts of in a city. But even the outskirt, like suburban is expanding so much, even in my city, because rural is like dying in North Carolina. But if you want to live in North Carolina, if you want to live in rural North Carolina, you also won't get access to healthcare. You won't have access to, you know, food. You won't have access to a lot of internet. Oh yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what it is here, Toby. 1,100 square foot little house. And I think ours is even lower than that. I think ours is a little over 1,000, a little over 1,000. And it's over 300K. And when we bought it, it was just over 100K. And when we bought, interest rates were at about 4%. And now they're almost at 7%. That's when you're trying to get a 20% down payment on a $300,000 house. What kid's going to be able to do that? That's why the average age people are buying now is in the 40s. Most people aren't buying their first home until they're over 40. And even then, I think it's going to keep going up and up and up because housing prices aren't really going down because no one can afford to sell their house anymore. Because who wants to go from a 3% rate to a 6 or 7% rate? Who can do that in general? We wouldn't. A 2% increase in rate is massive in terms of your cost. It's massive. Boulder minimum is about 500K. Yeah, I mean, where I grew up, it's the cheap houses are almost $750,000. Like houses that are smaller than mine go for over 600,000. Rent costs are insane, more than house payments. How can they save money? Exactly. Exactly. Yep. And this is the issue that we're dealing with. This is the part, this is where everything we talked about at the beginning. What's my opinion about Mamdani now? I mean, it's the same. He cares about the people of New York, all the people of New York. His goal is to make the people that are suffering the most in New York be able to survive and even thrive. And he's trying things. He's doing things to help. Are they all going to work? Are all going to be perfect? No. Because unfortunately, there is no quick fix to the problems that we're dealing with across the country. There is no quick fix. There is no snap fingers. That's why I laughed when everyone was like, oh, the president's going to fix this in a day. There's no such thing. No such thing. We need to make housing not a commodity. What has caused... So in certain areas, it's going to go up no matter what. Like if everyone wants to be there, by the very nature of more people wanting to be there, housing prices are going to go up. But housing becoming a commodity, their houses, people's goals of making their houses worth more than they were when they bought it, or people's desire to get multiple houses so they can make money on renting it out. That's what actually ended up getting us where we're at in terms of housing prices. Hey, Tiffany, long time no see. How are you, my friend? We need to look at all countries and look at what they're doing that's good. Is candy a human right by your definition? No. Candy would be a luxury. Great. It's been a crazy summer. Yeah. Finally sitting down for 5 minutes. I feel ya. Something needed for survival. That's my definition of a human right. Something necessary for survival. By the very nature of being human, you need these things. Yeah, but you can get sugar from a lot of different things. Carrots have sugar in them. There's a lot of things that have sugar in them.
And sugar is actually necessary for the body to run and survive, and more importantly, for your gray matter to function properly.
No, candy is not a human right.
Why are we so fixated on candy? Can I ask that question? Like,
Because they're
who's
just going.
sitting there?
They're just looking for a gotcha.
Well, like, please address your concerns with Willy Wonka. Like,
When
sorry.
did healthcare become a human right? I think healthcare is always a human right. Whether or
I
not
agree.
society has accepted that, that's a different question.
I don't understand why we're even like arguing over this. Like, everybody deserves to have medical treatment if they're ill. Everybody deserves to have quality food, clean drinking water, a home to live in, education. Like, these are your fundamental human rights that we all deserve.
I said a human right needs to be accessible and affordable. And then you asked if something was a human right. And I said no.
Well, and Hank, we have a question. I have a question personally. Why is candy or cake or pop the first place you go to when we say food is a human right? That is not something that people are eating on a regular. You're literally just asking nonsensical questions here. This is not people's first choice if they are in a situation where food has become um, something that they don't get on a regular basis. Like, I promise you, if you ask people who have food insecurity, candy and cake and cookies and pop are not the things that they're going to be requesting. So, like,
Your definition of human right is so broad that it is meaningless. No, it's not necessary for survival. The fact is humanity survived before we had, processed sugar. Like before we had refined sugars.
sugar was a really expensive commodity, actually. If you look back to when sugar was finally utilized and discovered and stuff. Same with salt, same with a lot of things that we take for
Before-
granted today.
We've always had healthcare. Duh. Just looked different.
Yep.
What planet are you on? There have always been doctors or medicine men or healers or whatever. They've always existed. So
Yep.
then we still do. Yeah, but it's not affordable anymore.
And it's not always accessible.
Because now in the United States, we've privatized it and commodified it
Yep.
to a point where people can't afford it. Hence, it's going against the fact that it's a human right.
And Hank, can I ask you a question? Like, I want to know, why do you think certain people should be allowed to have healthcare because they can afford to pay the hugely exorbitant prices that healthcare costs versus other people? Like why do you feel that everybody shouldn't be entitled to healthcare if they need it?
Regulation is not what made it unaffordable.
No. Regulation always makes things more affordable if it's done properly.
The reason it is unaffordable is because insurance is private and their job is to make a profit. So 20% of everything that we give them, which is a lot, goes to their shareholders. And 40%, I think it's 40% now, if not more at this point, of all of the costs of the healthcare industry go to administrative, i.e., dealing with health insurance companies. That's why it's expensive.
And honestly, the easiest way to fix this would be that if you wanted insurance companies, it would be government regulated insurance companies. People could pick between a private sector insurance or a government insurance that was set for affordability, both being accepted at every medical institution. None of this this person takes this and this hospital takes this and this. Like as a Canadian, it's wild to me how this all works. Like we have private insurance here. Nobody ever asks us, no matter where we go, because usually when you use insurance, it's for things like dental, which don't get me started on why dental is not included in our public healthcare system, because I'll go off for hours, or like the eye doctor or things like that, because but I've never once said, "Oh, well, we only accept this brand of insurance." Ever. That's never, not once happened. And so to me, it's wild. Like I don't even understand that part of the whole function of the medical system in the United States. It's just all of it makes no sense.
Hank, stop bringing up the Affordable Care Act when you don't even understand what the Affordable Care Act was. The Affordable
No.
Care Act isn't health insurance. It's a marketplace. It's a marketplace that subsidizes, just like your companies, your private companies subsidize your health insurance to make it possible for people, small businesses, people that for whatever reason don't have access to healthcare can get it. It's a marketplace. And the reason that the ACA didn't reduce prices as much as it could have is because the Trump administration, when it came into power, got rid of the regulations or changed them in such a way that actually reduced the number of people on the ACA. Just like with every single health insurance company everywhere, what makes it work is the amount of people on it. And the changes they made it so young people got off of it, which is what counters the older people on insurance companies. Trade off Canada's taxes. Yeah, it's not a trade off. If we had universal health care, we would no longer be paying via private hands to our insurance companies. That money, less of that money would end up going into a tax instead.
And chosen one, you don't even understand Canadian taxes, because if you did, you would realize that you guys pay almost as much as we do. Smart A. Like you're so ignorant. You don't even know how our taxes work. Like I don't even understand what you're talking about it. This whole garbage that Maple Mega has been putting out, that we pay like the highest taxes in the world. No, like that's not
universal healthcare does not pay way more for healthcare. The United States pays more per person for healthcare than almost any other nation out there.
Yep. 100%. And I don't even know why this is an argument. Like they literally don't even understand how Canadian taxes work in comparison to the US system. So I don't even know why you're bothering to try and understand it. Like why are you talking about it? You don't even get it. And I'm sorry. Mike, you pay state taxes, right?
Mm-hmm.
I pay provincial taxes. Mine is at, I think, 10%.
I don't know what mine is.
I think that's our rate. And bearing in mind, when I say 10%, we have what's called basically a gradual system. So for our federal income tax, so you up to a certain level, you get taxed at a certain rate. Then the next step, the difference between those two is taxed at a higher rate, and so on and so on. So we don't get this, like when people get to the highest tax bracket, which I think it's like 35% or something. Like that's only on the income that's above the bracket below it. So if the lower bracket is at $190,000, you only pay that rate for the difference between 190 and 250. Like you don't even, like, it's not the same system. It's not even close. Like they're not even, they're cousins at best. Like
Hank, do you get healthcare through a business?
And you don't even know what 10% means. Like you don't even know what I mean when I say 10%. And no, my government does not deny anybody's surgery or operations. Ours is based on a system of triage. So those who need the surgeries first, it's most emergent, are first in line because that makes sense.
Lies.
Why would you
You're
not
telling
do
a
triage?
Canadian what they're doing is lie? What the fuck, dude? Like seriously, are you? She doesn't have to look it up. She lives it.
Born and raised. Born and raised in Canada.
She's literally in Canada.
Except for the 2 years we lived in Burbank, California, where my sister was born. My sister is American. I am Canadian, born and raised, as was multiple generations of several branches of my family. Like, seriously, the best mansplaining ever for the day. Seriously. Best mansplaining, Mike.
Here's the thing. And so I forget what day it was. I think it was Monday. Scott and I were both told that we were lying about what the Constitution specifically says in black and white English, how the Electoral Colleges works. We told them, we're like, if no one gets 270 electoral votes, the House of Representatives, one vote, once per state, decides who is the president.
Yeah.
That's in the Constitution. There's no black and white. And we were told we were lying.
What? And of course, it's Scott. So they're trying to tell a lawyer that he doesn't understand the basics of the Constitution. Like he didn't have to take any constitutional law at all. Like, you don't need to know that as a lawyer. Why would you need to know that?
Sobe, we had a Canadian in the chat earlier that talked about the fact that they needed, I think it was a hip replacement, or their dad needed a hip replacement, and it was planned, scheduled, and done within a week.
And here's the thing I think most Americans need to understand, especially about the Canadian system, because it is very different than the British system, NHS, which is obviously both Canada and America have obviously our own separate histories that go along with England. How they set up our constitution here in Canada is that healthcare and education are provincial responsibilities. So they set it up completely different than they have it in England. Those are healthcare for sure in England is a federal government responsibility. I'm not 100% sure on education. That it's somebody who lives in England hopefully could chime in on that. Here, it's provincial. So each province, you're going to get a different level and service of healthcare, unfortunately. I wish it was different. Short of a constitution change, it'll never be different. And changing the constitution is so next to impossible here. I think you have to have 7 provinces have to agree, and then 2/3 of the House of Commons. It's a huge ass formula, and I don't even know if it's ever been done in history. I don't think it's ever passed. So, and in all honesty, not the first thing I'd want to change in the Constitution. I'd want to get rid of the notwithstanding clause before I worry about healthcare. But when you're talking about varying degrees of healthcare that Canadians receive, remember that it's because it's provincially regulated. So this level and service you get in Alberta is not going to be the same as you get in New Brunswick. So it's
Again,
It's
is
it's completely different.
is Canada's system perfect? No.
No,
Canada,
fuck no. Pardon my French.
Canadians wouldn't say that it's perfect. The question is not, is it perfect? Are there things about it that are better than what we do? I'm not saying we should take the Canadian system and just do it. The problem is,
No.
is so many people who support not the current system think that this idea of universal health care is some blanket thing that has an exact meaning to it. It doesn't. All the universal health cares out there, like do things differently.
And somebody asked if Canadians pay for dental and vision. Yes, but I'm gonna go with yes, but. Both of those are still considered private services. I hope one day that they will be included in the Canada Health Act as mandatory services, but that's a whole nother ballgame. Each province is going to be different. Here in Alberta, it used to be that anybody under the age of 18 could go see an optometrist. It would be covered by the province. And same with dental. And there was a point where the feds were covering a dental program for all Canadians, provided your province signed on to it. Alberta chose not to, because of course Alberta didn't, because we won't even go there because there's too many Americans in the audience, and I may insult somebody by saying they want to be American, and I get so really frustrated. And I mean by American, I mean MAGA Americans. There are so many in Alberta right now.
Joseph, undocumented immigrants pay for themselves. Right now,
Yes.
undocumented immigrants pay taxes and don't get any of the benefits. So you're not paying for them. They're paying for them.
So yeah, so those two are technically private services, but it depends on the province you live in. It depends on your income level. It depends on what the province has deemed as subsidizable services under their medical care in each province and or territory. I don't want to leave the territories out. They always get left out, poor guys.
And I'm going to be honest, Joseph, and I'm just being straight with you here. I would rather help pay for 20 million undocumented immigrants than I would for anyone that is willing to treat them as less than human and have less right to be here than they do. I wouldn't. I don't care if you wouldn't. That wasn't the question. I wasn't sitting here asking you to. I was making a statement for myself.
And I guess my question to him is, why is that the line in the sand that you're drawing? Is that people who came into the country, if they need emergent care, should not receive it? Like, I just from a humane part of my brain, I want to know why that's the problem.
Because they lack humanity.
Because I hate to say it, I would be appalled as a Canadian if an American came up here and didn't have insurance and we just turned them the hell away. Like, I would be appalled on a picket line out front of my government, because I would be absolutely appalled.
They are here legally. Not having documents yet doesn't mean illegal. I know you guys have decided that those are exactly the same, but they're not. They're literally not.
No, they're not. And I genuinely don't understand how you think something as basic as I need to go to a hospital matters whether you have papers or not for the person to receive healthcare services. Like, I genuinely don't understand. Like, please explain it to me as if I was in kindergarten, because I need to understand. And second, the way to get into the United States and to become a citizen is so convoluted and long compared to so many other well-off countries. Like, we don't really have this issue in Canada, despite what the Conservative Party likes to scream about. This is not an issue here in Canada because we make it relatively easy. We make renewing, we make all of those things relatively easy. Now, I know there's going to be somebody in the comments who can say, whoa, but all of those foreign students, blah, blah, blah. Well, they had all come here legally to do their degrees, to do all their stuff, and the government here decided to change the rules while they were in the middle of their degrees. I understand why they're upset. I'm not mad at them. I'd be upset if I'd went to another country to go do a degree, and then all of a sudden, halfway through, the government that was in charge decided that we couldn't finish our degrees anymore because of some loudmouth ignoramuses.
You still have 3 more. That's crazy, Fox.
Like, I genuinely don't understand how this is. Yeah, the US and Canada and Mexico all have walk across borders. Like, genuinely, there's nobody sitting along, like, unless you're going to one of those drive-through where there's the little station and one of either the American or the Canadian person sitting there policing who's driving through. There's nobody in the middle of the trees and stuff. Like, they're not wandering through there on a regular basis. Or better yet, in Saskatchewan, where there's like grassland for days and you can see for like kilometers. Like, there's nobody sitting there watching to see if anybody walks through. That's not a thing. Like,
Immigration service and processes are also a moneymaker. Yup.
yep. Like, when you think about where all this hate and all this stuff is driven, start thinking about who's making money off of this. Who's making money off of your hate, your contempt for others? Like, who is making money off you because you believe those things? Because I guarantee you're not making the money off of it. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that, Gerber Daisy. The things you learn.
Can we just be one big nation, Canada, US, and Mexico? Maybe someday.
Currently,
right now, no.
Currently, no, because the country that's sandwiched between Canada and Mexico is literally doing everything possible to their government, I should say, the government in power is doing everything possible to make sure you are completely isolated, not just from Canada and the US, but from the whole entire planet.
There's no hate. Oh, there is absolutely hate. The conservatives in this country, especially, pretty much live in hate right now. There are those on the left, especially the far left, that also are kind of living in hate right now too. But as a general gist, oh yeah, it's way more conservative. Not through port of entry, okay.
What about not through a port of entry?
Crossing not through a port of entry and then claiming asylum is not illegal.
Nope. Now, whether the country you land in will accept your asylum claim is a whole nother ballgame.
Yeah, if your asylum claim is denied and you stay in, then you are here illegally.
Yep. And each of our countries have their own processes for dealing with such issues. I'm not saying any one is better than another, but we don't.
Man, y'all know we need a mansplain of the day award.
You can claim asylum once you cross the border 4 countries away. You absolutely can. People do it all the time. People cross the ocean and claim asylum. What the hell are you talking about?
There were Americans who were attempting to cross the border here into Canada and claiming asylum, because of the current administration.
Well, no, they're saying people like in Nicaragua or something, because they go through all these other countries and then Mexico and then claim asylum in the United States, that makes it not okay.
Why?
Because in their mind, you can only go to a border country and claim asylum, I guess.
That is absolutely not true. There's lots of, I suggest whoever said that, pick up a history book, maybe 2. Just even if they're pictures.
You think the Germans, like when they were trying to escape Germany, didn't claim asylum in the United States? They absolutely did.
Oh my gosh, there's actual movies all over Netflix right now, and you can watch them. Trainloads of people leaving Austria, Germany, Yugoslavia, all sorts of places. England accepted so many. Actually, there were people who were English in each of these places trying to get people onto trains to get them out there to England. Because once they get to a country that is safe, then we can make determining factors. Like, please read a history book or watch documentary. You can learn so many things. Like, if you don't like reading, there's Audible. You can listen to it while you're in your car, and like just throw it out here. Like you can't, because if that's the case, then Canada would basically have no asylum seekers if that was true. Because our only border basically is you guys.
Crossing the line by its very nature is not illegal. Yes, they can pick you up, and if you don't do something like claim asylum or have another reason for why you're doing it, they can send you back. And then if you stay after that, then you are here illegally. But the very act of crossing the border, not at a port of entry, does not make you illegal. That's the part you don't get. You may not like it. I don't give a rat's ass if you don't like it. That's not the point.
Like, I promise you, many of our ancestors, especially I'm going to say people who look like me and Mike, I guarantee there were many of our ancestors who came to Canada or the US seeking asylum in various points in history, be it Ukraine for fill in the blank war, could be Ireland and Scotland for either clan cleansings or clan famines, clan potato famines, or Ireland because of the Irish famine. There are so many different ways that our ancestors could have gotten here, because all of us were not lucky enough to have wealthy ancestors who just came over on a boat and got $1 billion homes and stuff. Like, it's if you enter Canada illegally, you face immediate arrest, detention, potential criminal prosecution. Well, generally people fill out the paperwork for asylum, for anything, and actually when you cross the border, if you can fill out that stuff when you get here. There's obviously medical testing. There's all sorts of things. Generally, there will be a determining factor. Yeah, exactly. It's no different. You're going to get tested for TB and all sorts of stuff. Like, it's because that's safety of the citizens already here. They're going to do all the things, and you won't be considered illegally here until it is determined that you do not get asylum or any of the work visas or anything like that. You don't just get arrested as soon as you fly in on a plane. I don't even know, like, that's just not it's just.
And Sobi, I am not worried about a radical Islamic regime trying to enact Sharia law. We are a country of freedom of and from religion.
Albertans are not leaving Canada. Like, excuse me, as an Albertan, can you please not A, insult me, B, insult multiple generations of my ancestors who I hope kindly helped build this province with
probably Google AI.
Probably, like, no. And if any Albertans are leaving, I'm hoping it's the separatist Maple Megas. Please. Like,
I know lots of people that have been to and live in Dearborn, Michigan. It's not crazy there right now. Again, are there people angry? Yeah. Of course they're angry. If I were a Muslim living in the United States, I'd be pissed off right now too. I'd literally be pissed off right now. So no one is upset in Alberta. That's not the point. That's like saying no one is upset in the United States. There's a lot of people upset.
Like, no one's upset in the United States. Haven't you heard? We're the hottest country right now.
Right. Yeah.
The hottest. And Tiffany, you should know because you're the 51st state, okay? Can you believe it? Isn't that great?
Every time I see that and hear that, like, I'm just like, I genuinely know that these people have not read a history book. Like, I genuinely know that. I'm like, I feel like you think that Canadians are these like super kind, nice people, and yes, we are. Until, until, and then I'm like, and then we will have a competition to see who can add to the Geneva checklist. Like, genuinely, we will crowdfund for a prize at the end. Like, I'm like, I do not. I'm like, because it's funny. I've had friends who moved here from Europe and stuff, and like, I finally got really passionate about the 51st state one day, and I was like, nah, it's not happening. And if it does, da, 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 da. And they looked at me, they're like, Tiffany, you were like the kindest, most giving, loving person ever. Like, what happened? I'm like, I am until you make me feral. And I'm like, and when you make me feral, there is no coming back. It's like a Scorpio, which I also am. So that's probably part of the problem too. But I'm like, we are the nicest people and most loyal you'll ever be until.
Rob,
Like-
there some things we can agree to disagree on. Some of the things you're saying, it's not an agree to disagree. It's there's fact. Opinions and facts are different things. Just because the people you've talked to or you've read a story that says one thing does not mean that those are facts. I'm going to take the word of people that live there more than myself. And again, no one is saying that things are perfect in Canada, because things are absolutely not perfect in Canada. They've got their own issues that they are dealing with right now. Everything on the internet is true, though. That's true, Sobi. I apologize. I forgot about that. You're right. You're right.
Everything on the internet is absolute gospel fact. Like, come on.
True.
Like,
That is absolutely
No,
fair.
not Tiffany. You can't say gospel because
that's right.
you know.
sorry, it's
Come
facts
on now.
by.
Don't let your Christian nationalism show.
It's funny when you're talking to somebody who's a druid and say Christian nationalism. Like, I'm just like,
But
I laugh so hard.
in the
Okay,
end,
well, it's Freya's will.
Yeah. In the end, Sobi, the reason people are freaking out about Muslims right now is mostly because Christians are freaking out.
And they don't understand the religion, and they don't understand that they don't understand the pyramid that is Abrahamic religion. That's what it really is, because it's a pyramid. Like, you think about it, it's here was the starting book, and then another book, and then they're all built on top of each other, on the basis of each other. And I'm like, if any of you guys bothered to read, you'd understand that you're all related cousins, essentially. Like,
you don't know anything.
It's not.
It's not. Again, are there extremists? Sure, there are extremist Christians who are as dangerous.
Yeah, the 3Ks were at one point considered a Christian religion.
Well, that would be a surprise to all of my Muslim friends who I interact with and hang out with all the time. So I don't know what you're talking about.
It's another person who's never read a book. May I suggest you read a book? Green Eggs and Ham would be a perfect start. Just saying. Like, I guarantee if you start reading about, like, I had to take religion in university because I went to a Christian university. So it was required every 30 credits you had to take religion classes. And for my first 60 credits, I decided to take world religions. So we went the first half was going through all 3 Abrahamic religions and all of their books, which includes the Quran, all of the books, and then the other half was considered Eastern religions. So we went through everything from Buddhism to Taoism to all sorts of stuff. And it was actually really interesting to see that there is very much a thread that runs through all of them. So if you bother to actually read, you would learn there isn't so much of a difference besides the hate that you've been taught.
Muslim Americans don't hate America. They live in America.
No.
What are you talking about?
And they love where they live.
And they don't hate Christians have more hate for the Jewish people than Muslims do.
Yep. For the most part.
Quran is full of lies and myth. I mean, no one has the ability to prove that what is in the Quran is true any more than any Christian has the ability to prove that what's in the Bible is true.
Yep.
It's not about whether you believe what's in it, it's what you do in the world based on those beliefs.
And obviously, if you have this much hate in you, you clearly haven't read your religious text very well. And I'd suggest that you go back and read it again because you clearly haven't read it.
So
Because
I don't care what the Quran says. That's not the point. Who cares? How
you haven't
do
even read the Quran. Come on now. No, I'm not talking about you, Mike, but that person, I guarantee,
know.
has not read the Quran.
It just doesn't matter.
Like,
They've actually told me they hate. Okay. You've talked to every Muslim on the planet. You know, if I were a Muslim, I would be angry at the people who live in the I country for what they are doing to all the people around them. And if you can't understand that, I don't be old. Joseph, how old are you? How old are you?
I've never been a conservative and I'll never be one. Never, ever.
I'm telling you, I have friends who are Muslims and they don't. So your statement is wrong. 80. How old are you? 47. And I have gotten more progressive as I've gotten older.
Let me just go ahead and I'm just going to go ahead and just give my lived reality. I've been over to Afghanistan and Iraq, and I had zero problems with the folks there. No problems with the local populace there whatsoever. Among the nicest people I've ever met in my life. Period.
Mhm.
So
Yep.
yeah, listen, and look, let me just go. Let's just go ahead and just put this right on out on the table. Any place, anybody of any religion or group that they claim, stupid exists in all of them. Foolish, hateful, all that exists in all of them. No one is better or worse off than the other. So to try to put them or lump them together as a whole to say, oh, they hate us or they shut up. Seriously, just shut up and grow up.
Mhm. Again, why do so many people in Iran have a poor out view of America? Well, because 47 whatever years ago, after they had a democratic election, we just went in and overthrew their democratically elected leader because we didn't like what they were doing with their oil.
Yep. And started the whole chaos ball that it has happened since. Like, I remember when I was in school, like my mom was going to the U of A, so we lived in U of A family housing, and there were people who had fled multiple different countries, Argentina, Ethiopia, Iran, Iraq, like, and I remember in elementary school learning how to write Arabic. They were teaching us in elementary school because so many of the students in our elementary school were the children of U of A students. So I had learned in grade 1 how to start writing Arabic along with English. And it's a beautiful language to see written if you get a chance to read it, to see it. Like, instead of looking at all of these people as something to fear because goobers like the Trump administration have taught you that racism, bigotry, xenophobia, and I could keep going with all the isms, that all of these people are scary and bad and they're gonna, I don't know, be the big boogeyman. How about start actually taking 5 seconds, 5 minutes in a day, and going and researching something about them? Like, research something about their country, their history, the food. I think you'd be amazed at exactly how much you have in common versus how much you don't have in common.
Have you
You're
not?
really, as an American, going to talk about slave trade? Really? D- I'm in an Airbnb. I can't hit things.
Uh,
Like, that's all I'm gonna say.
to
Like,
have TikTok does a thing where I need to like it detected no like I'm not here and I need to like prove that I'm not a bot. That's what you were hearing. And Joseph, you don't have to go back before that to understand Iran. None of us understand Iran. We all like to pretend we do, but
Iran is one of the oldest countries on the whole entire planet. Of course, we're not. Like, I don't think you understand how long that country and that people have been there. Like, America, when you see leaders like China and stuff joking about how America is just this really baby nation and that they're not joking. Like, between us, we are all baby, like little baby nations. Like, we have no idea. These are countries that have been around 5, 6, 7, 8,000 years.
Shark, we haven't ended slavery, by the way.
No.
It still exists in the United States, but thanks for playing. And how long are we going to be in Iran? It depends how bad it gets. I could see a situation where this administration keeps sticking its foot in its mouth until we get a new Congress and Congress finally enacts the War Powers Act. Yes, there are slaves in the US. They're called the prison system. It's literally slavery still.
Yep. And I believe it was based off of how the British did it in the 1800s, but don't quote me on that. Don't quote me as direct. But yeah, the prison system very much is. In the United States, I should say.
At minimum, it needs to be reformed, but the current prison system as it stands definitely needs to go away.
It's appalling. Like, it's appalling.
Heck, you could argue there's a world in which you could argue because of the way our healthcare system works that we've got slavery. Believe the Iranian people deserve freedom from Islam and the IRGC. Okay. We're not doing anything to help that. Nor
And you can
have
believe
we.
that. Well, and you can believe that all you want, but you know what? You failed to ask the correct question. What do the Iranian people want? They definitely don't want America in there stirring the pot and messing things up. So I hate to say it, it's up to the people of Iran.
I believe Russia deserves to be free of their authoritarian oligarchy. I believe that China needs to be free from theirs. I believe North Korea needs to be free from. I mean, if we're talking what we believe, there's a lot. That doesn't matter.
I believe America should be freed from. Yeah. Sorry, I have to state the obvious. Like, you can't sit here judging others when you're following the same path. There's a Canadian take.
I believe the Palestinians should be free from the thumb of Israel.
Absolutely. Especially, yeah, like
I'm judging by history. I'm judging by now.
Yeah. Like today, like I'm saying, Shark Hornet, you need to worry about your own US borders because you are going to follow straight along the same line with them if you guys do not clean up your own backyard first. Stop worrying about others. Worry about yourself. Eyes on your own paper. Good for us what? Like, no, we're reading what's currently going on. How are you sitting here judging other countries that you know nothing about? The only thing you know is what your government or what you have been allowed to learn. So you have no idea what's going on in those borders. You don't live there, nor have you been there, guaranteed. So, like, worry about what's going on in your own dang country.
Life has never been better. Well, disagree, because when you say life has never been better, you are adding in, you are putting a lot of people into a pot that can argue against it. Also, we are not making life better for anyone by what we're doing around the globe right now. Like, nothing we're doing is making life better for anybody.
Well, you're making it better for the billionaires. Just gonna throw the Epstein class is really super happy with guys right now
That's
because
true.
they are making bank. I'm just saying, like, there is one class you are making better, and that is the Epstein class.
That's true.
And so they all think it's great, but if you're not part of the Epstein class, which I doubt anybody who's in the audience is, you aren't benefiting from any of this stuff at all.
Rich people, Stoby. It's just rich people. The people who Epstein
billionaires
talked to, interacted with, supplied his services to.
Which is usually multi-millionaires and billionaires, people who have influence, power, or cash. Anybody who could advance Epstein's, I should say E's, little black book. There, that's how I'll put it. And anybody who could advance his hold on different power in government around the world. It was a very interesting network.
Those oil companies making rubber profits. I mean, this is why when people say oil, America makes money from the oil, when the oil is different ways, we don't. Oil companies do, and it's a global market. They don't decide what to sell the price. It's a global market. They just sell it at the prices.
And you guys are getting subsidized crude oil from Alberta. You guys are not paying market price for Alberta's crude. You're getting it subsidized. Canada has been subsidizing, selling it at a discount to the United States for many, 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 many decades. So every time you see Trump sitting there joking about the 51st state or dogging on our prime minister and all of this stuff, keep in mind, a bunch of the stuff you guys are getting from Canada is subsidized, meaning that we are selling it at a discount to the United States.
And
which is why we pay more for stuff in Canada, because we have to pay it.
And of course, morality is subjective. Like society decides what's right or wrong by myriad of different things, but there are people that don't believe that certain things that society believe, like it used to be considered morally acceptable to own slaves. Well, it's not anymore. Why? Because morality is subjective. All morality is subjective, regardless of whether you use your religion or not to decide what your morality is. It's still subjective. You're choosing to believe it or accept it. Society as a whole has to agree on moral absolutes.
And there's a lot of people who go to who are a part of different religious communities who I would not consider necessarily people with strong moral character, because they don't have a strong moral character. They wouldn't consider it wrong to lie to somebody or to cheat somebody if it meant it advanced their career or made them more money. So like, just being part of any religious affiliation does not make you a more moral person either. Morality is something that you do.
And it's all personal anyways.
Yep. Like I watch what is going on in the United States, what some Americans are justifying and allowing, and to me, I don't understand how there's 1/3 of the population is completely amoral.
Am I involved politically in my career? No. Have I ever thought about it? I've thought about it. Not really in a place in my life to do something like that. So right now I'm using my platform to help other people that are running, which is why I interview people that are running for office around the country. So
I love that people are like, Michigan could be a province of Canada. There's a few states that have asked that have made comments like that, and I'm like, well, you guys have your own constitutional thing, and I don't believe that you can just walk out on the U.S. as part of the states. Like, you can't just not be a state of the U.S. very easily, I don't think. And more importantly, I have no idea what the calculation would be if we were to accept another province or territory here. I don't even know how that works.
Tiffany, why they can't just walk out? They doing whatever the hell they want to up there anyway.
Lissy,
True.
I'm on Insta as well. So you can always connect me through there or get them to connect through there. I also have they can always email me too. So I've got my email in a bunch of places on YouTube and things like that. But I've interviewed at least someone I know who running for Congress that won their primary in Missouri. So I'd be interested if it's the same person I've already interviewed. We can't lose Michigan because the Democrats would almost never win again if we left to Canada. I mean, Tiffany, someone's asking over on TikTok, actually, have you been following Katie Fang's lawsuit?
Katie Fang? Yeah, who's that?
I don't know. So I'm guessing the answer is no.
Let me go Google. Maybe I've heard something and I'm just, the name isn't registering.
Tanya. So I did not interview a Tanya that is running for Congress. So yeah, I'd be happy to interview them. Anything I can do to help people get some change. Why would Dems need the USAID? What are you talking about? Just go away. Like, seriously, I'm not even sure why you keep coming back. You just come in and you just say dumb shit.
It doesn't matter. I'm overchosen. I have time today, so.
I've actually been looking to move to NC to get away from Michigan brutal winters. How's the jobs? I mean, it depends. It depends what jobs you're looking
in the
for.
chat for chosen.
Yeah. Katie Fang is a former MSNBC News host. She's an independent journalist and she's a lawyer. She currently has a lawsuit against Attorney General Todd Blanche about the e-files. Oh.
Here's hoping, because I'm assuming, and although I'm not Scott, that the discovery will be quite interesting. There's mine. My 2 cents on that.
Sobe, it all depends. I mean, obviously there are suburbs around Charlotte and Raleigh. I'm basically in the suburbs of Charlotte, so I like it. It's hot. It gets hot in the summer. I've never voted. I just deconstructed maybe 5 years back. You've never voted?
You've never voted and you have all of these opinions about all of these things, and like, sorry, I had to give that big sigh. Like, I hate to say it, if you've never voted, you really, I don't care what your political thoughts are, because you never bothered to partake in the system.
I had to self-educate. That's what we all do.
Make sure you look at multiple sources from different places, not just Fox News. Sorry, Suge, I had to make that joke. Like, don't just watch Fox News and think you're being educated. Perhaps check out CBC, the BBC. Check out sources outside of the United States would be my My thoughts. I wouldn't trust any sources in the United States. I'd be looking at outside the United States currently. And I don't know what Dr. Blitz or the NSF is.
I don't know those either. When you go live out 1 year from your country and back, you see clearly. Clearly? Dawkins for biology, Ibrahim for history. Well, I mean, sounds like, I mean, Dawkins doesn't know everything, and neither does Ibrahim.
And are they, what kind of science are they looking at? Are they looking at political science or are they looking at biology? Like, there's lots of different science subcategories. So are they experts in political science?
Dr. Blitz is a TikTok creator. He works for CERN.
I don't know what CERN is.
The collider under the mountains in Switzerland, I think. The Hadron Collider.
Okay. And that would be relevant to politics because
Not
sorry,
even a little bit.
Okay. Just I was like my little neurodivergent brain could not process how those are related. So might I suggest maybe a few different political science experts? They'd be helpful if you want to understand politics.
I mean,
Just
again, the
thought.
problem with history is all of history is written from perspective. All of it.
Yep.
Even the good history people, they still write it from a perspective.
Yep.
SCOTUS
And
is
even
really-
then,
SCOTUS. Why would you follow SCOTUS for politics? They're about as bad
Ew.
as regular politicians.
But even then, history is also, and I'm going to say this again, history is written from the perspective of the person writing it, the people who won whatever war happened to be part of it. And then third, whatever the government will allow the populace to read. There is always going to be some degree and some level of control from the government of what is allowed to be given or how the perspective of how history is taught.
The judiciary is not a place to learn your politics.
That's a whole separate branch from that. Like, and it's supposed to be separate. It's supposed to be completely separate from
vet your
the
sources.
two other branches.
You need to read multiple sources. Again,
Mhm.
like vetting is vet. You need to understand where they're getting their information from, and the reason you look at multiple sources about one instance is you tend to find out where the overlap is, and usually the overlap is where it's right, as long as you're looking in multiple not just multiple sources on the same bias perspective. So
Yep.
reading three right-wing sources, Tiffany well, first off, I didn't know what NSF was.
And second, I'm Canadian.
And third, who the fuck cares if she didn't know what NSF stood for? Like, that's like saying you need to know what CIA stands for or anything else. As though her not knowing what NSF stood for means that she doesn't know what she's talking about. Come on, dude.
Okay, Shark Corner, let me ask you a question. This is not a trick question. Do you know what PLGR stands for? Plugger. Do you know what that means? Just a simple yes or no. Take your time. I know it's a tough question. Yeah, PLGR. That's not even what I said, so I don't know what you're spelling.
Not everybody knows the acronym for absolutely everything.
You know what FUBAR stands for?
True. True.
like not everybody, like I guarantee if I said, hey, everybody, what's CPA stand for? Most people wouldn't know what that is.
All
I
right.
do because I work in the industry. So it.
Okay,
Well,
so there you go. So
well,
there you have it, Shark Hornet. But
and
just so you know, it's precision lightweight GPS radio.
I mean, the
And
fact is these acronyms, these things that we put together to make it easier for typing purposes, sometimes even mean the same thing. It mean multiple things. I had someone do that for, like, just decided to do Hilton Head Island or Hilton Head basically as a short because they didn't want to type it all out. But I didn't know what they were talking about because I've never seen anyone do that for it. Who the hell cares? It's just a friggin'. This isn't about gotchas. This is about trying to find areas that we can agree so we can actually move the hell forward. And if we're going to sit here and go, you don't know what NSF means, that means I don't have to listen to you, then why the hell are we talking in the first place? What's the point?
And the funny thing is, NSF was not really relevant to politics. So the irony of using that as a source when it's not even relevant to the topic at hand. Like, seriously? That's going to be the hill you stand on? Like, that's it?
All right, guys. It's been 5.5 hours. This is the longest live
Holy-
I've done in a long time.
Hey,
But-
you only 19 more hours to go
That's
for
right.
the
Only
24.
19 is
19 more.
relative to reality.
You can't
No,
just use
no,
one
no.
source of science for that. Like, dude,
We're not
you
going
need
there. We're
You
done.
clearly didn't go to post-secondary school. I can
It's-
tell. I
It's
can
fine.
tell.
It's fine. We're done.
Yeah.
Anyways,
You
guys.
make my hair hurt. I think I need some Tylenol.
Yeah, Tylenol. Okay. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for the likes, the shares, the gifts. Eleanor, Mission, all of you people that I forgot to say hi to. Thank you so very much for this. I really do appreciate it. I will see you guys tomorrow morning, 9:30 over on the Tube or on Twitch, 10 o'clock here on TikTok. Please go over to YouTube and watch the interviews I've done with people that are running for office. They need your help. That's the way we get things move forward, is by helping people, by helping these people that want to break the status quo, win their primaries, win their general elections. Healthcare is a human right. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. You guys are amazing, just the way you are. And I love you all very much. Stay safe, stay healthy. Remember to sing, laugh, dance, smile. Do something that makes you happy. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
See you, YouTube. See you, Twitch. Love you guys. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.